So let's see what it is going to be. We'll take Valkyria off. And then spin it. Torment Tides of Numenara. So close to the respin as well. Why does the wheel hate you? I don't know. It doesn't want to spin Mario Kart. It just never wants to spin the Mario Kart one. Well, I guess we're playing Torment. This is the day, speedrun day. Apparently not. Apparently not, Sparky. Because we got Torment again. How much to add another Mario Kart to the wheel for Zato? 10k points for a respin? Hmm. I could do that. I don't know. I do like Torment though. But it's a lot of talking. And it's not Mario Kart. So, you know. Thank you for the hydrate trolls. Everyone spend their points on hydrate? No. No, don't spend 10k points on hydrate. That's like 20 hydrates. No. The wheel fighting their nemesis Zato. Thank you for the draw request, Robin. No channel point respins because you would be forced to troll Zato if land on Mario Kart. And you don't want to do that. That's fair. Yeah, I didn't want to add that as well. No, not 200 hydrates. So wait, how many was that? How many hydrates? 9? Please don't do 200 hydrates combat. Please don't. You can do it like first that the respin can be used only once. True. It's like I'm being drowned here and I can't do anything about it. You can do over 500 hydrates. Wait, you have... Wait, is that 25... 250... 250,000, right? Yeah. It is over 9,000. That is true. Or I can do over 1200. Oh no. Oh no. That's so many. Oh god, I drank a lot of water. So that was 15 hydrates. Thank you guys. You could kill me with hydrates. Yes, you probably could kill me with hydrates, combat. Yes. Please don't. Also, I probably if you were to redeem that many hydrates, I would probably stop doing them. Collectively, we can fill a hot tub for a hot tub stream. But that would also require me to have a hot tub aura. So that's kind of the flaw there. And possibly also need to actually want to do hot tub stream, which I don't. Just buy a paddling pool, that's what most streamers do. True. So I can start up Torment, because technically that's what the wheel landed on. But people have always also spammed me with hydrates. Spending points for a respin. Kind of what they wanted, I guess. I don't know what that, if that is a thing. So do people want me to do a respin? Or do we just play Torment? And maybe do a similar thing, just play Torment for a bit and then do something else again. Yeah, I tried it anyway. We all want a hot tub and you don't. I guess true. Yeah, Torment is a nice game. I really like Torment. But I know that Zato wants Mario Kart. So but then again, doing a respin doesn't mean that it's gonna be Mario Kart as well. It might just be Tunic or something else. Paul? I could make a Paul. Spin again? Question mark. Yes. No. Okay. I'll let you do additional votes with channel points. Okay, is that good? No? Okay. No additional votes? Fine. No additional votes. There you go. Oh yes, oh, tied. Of course it's tied. Of course it's tied. I well, I was tied for a moment, but oh, oh my god. Are you tying it again? Why do you always have to tie the votes, guys? What is this? I mean, it's not tied at the moment, but... One more yes. This is democracy. As in, people can't decide for themselves? Is that what democracy is? You can decide who voted? You voted for balance. Balance in all things. Oh? So, I mean, at the moment it looks like no one don't care. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Guys. So, what do we do? You were really torn? How so, Aura? You didn't want to vote for respins, but balance. Fair. That's fair. I mean, if it's balanced, that means I get to decide, right? I guess. Technically. But then, on one hand, I don't want to go against the wheel. We need another wheel with those three options. That is actually a good idea, Sparky. Because if the other wheel decides that the first wheel was wrong, wait, can I do this? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so yes. Respin. No respin. Ask again. Wheelception. Yes. High combat. Yeah, this is what the stream is now. There's wheels. Okay. So we spent this wheel. Option 4, why is this option here? Sure, right. Why is this option here? There you go. Sure. Ask again. Hi Hive. Yeah, we're spinning a wheel to see if we want to respin the other wheel. It's so dumb. But it's great. Okay. Well, say the wheels are all against you, it seems. They're they don't want the respins. They're collaborating against Zato. Well, I guess it's time for Torment. I guess it's time for Torment then. And Tides of Numenara, there you go. Time for Zato's Torment, yes. Beautiful. Pillars of Eternity technology. So for those who haven't seen Torment, it is kind of like, well, Pillars of Eternity and Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, those games. Like RPG, control multiple characters.
I'm going.
We are a cast off from the Changing God, rather. I have played Pillars, yes, Age. Both games. Right, wait. Is it? Because there was... Was there... I'm getting confused now in my head. But I definitely played Pillars, yes. One could think you like turn-based strategy games based on your previous games. Yeah, I do. I mean, I do. I'm not going to say no. Yes, that's true. But yeah, we are a cast-off. So the Changing God is basically, well, a god that just changes into different people for whatever they need, and then basically creates a new body to inhabit for that purpose, and then discards them.
Ready.
At which point they actually gain their own like personality and stuff. So basically, hi Lay. But Celeste is neither turn-based or a strategy game. How did that happen? Well, I mean, it's not that I only like those types of games.
Let's go.
I like all kinds of games. But so we have no memory of why we're here. We crash landed nearby in this reef, broke a machine with our landing, and that machine happens to be the thing that we need for some reason. So we're trying to get someone to repair it for us, but no one knows how to repair it, so that's kind of problematic. And in the meantime, we're just helping people out, doing quests, standard RPG stuff. Now, this building, we got the means to open it with the metallic eye thing, and I happen to know from last time that there is like bird people inside that seem to have been gotten stuck in there. Do we really need to go to work? Well, yes. Unless you want to lose the job, I guess. But I don't know what kind of problems that causes as well. Wait, what? Why are they're gone? They left. So I fought the bird people last time. They were too much to handle. I ran away. Now we're back here and they're gone. Don't know if that's a good thing or not. I feel like that's pretty bad that they're just out there somewhere. Let's examine the corpse. Burn marks speckle the creature's foul leathery robes. Lifting these carefully aside, you see the unhealed wounds beneath. The murderer was probably killed by beam weapons, and none of the other murderers were carrying any. It does not account for the other damage to the corpse. Flesh was torn from the creature in long strips, and since the murderer was trapped in this antechamber with its fellows, you can guess what happened next. Yeah. Have a good one, trolls. Good luck with work. Check if they laid eggs. It doesn't look like there's eggs, but maybe. But yeah, hugs, trolls. Hope the day goes by fine. Okay, so they basically ate their own because they were stuck in here. What else is there? There's some blueprints. Oh, just money. Okay, never mind. They're just... It was just money, no blueprints or something.
Yes, now.
What is this? More money. Don't mind if I do. Metal panels and parts have been torn from the wall as someone was trying to rip their way out to no avail. Okay, so they tried to escape.
Ready.
Through there. A gravity bomb. All characters in range take 12 relativistic damage. Ignores resistance. Okay. Interesting.
Fair enough.
And then there's this machine thing. The chrome pillar descends as you approach, exposing a long shaft ringed with snaking cables. Dim light filters up from below. Climb down. This is fine, right? I'm sure there's nothing bad in this place. A construct floats up to bar your path. Blood speckles its rich surface. Halt, Flashwalker, it bellows. Quake in the boundless shadow of Peerless, immortal intelligence of a lost age. Cower before me, and you may be spared. Cower before me. Should we... Lost age? Oh no. But the intelligence of a lost age. So does that mean you have to be lost age to become intelligent? Or are you just intelligent? Might just be intelligent. What did you call me? Flashwalker, it says, tilting carefully to one side. You're made of decaying meat and hardened calcium. You squish and click when you move. It is disgusting. Enough of these pleasantries. Leave, or my drones and I will smash your bones and burn smoking holes in your fatty innards. You're already intelligent, but you're not immortal, so that's why you're lost, I guess? Yeah, probably. Ooh, let's see. What are you doing down here? Great work, worthy of an immortal being, it says. And even that is more than you deserve to know. Huh. Can you tell me about the other drones? They are my hands, the floating orb says smugly. Extensions of my indestructible will. Reflections of my brilliance. So the drones are copies of you? Not exact copies, Fearless says. Perfection cannot be so easily replicated, but you are essentially correct, Fleshwalker. Should we try to smash them to pieces? I feel like that's not gonna work very well. Let's leave.
Making a note. I'm going.
Okay.
On my way.
So how do we... So we got this mission from
Yes.
someone who had been in there before.
Ready.
But then the bird people triggered something
All right.
and closed themselves in, and she didn't want to go back in again before we took care of whatever was inside. So now I'm wondering, since the bird people are
Of
gone,
course.
is that enough for her, or does she require me to also deal with the robots? Are they robots? I'm not sure. Like drones. If I have to deal with them, that's maybe problematic.
Of course. I'm ready.
Sorry, Mary. Want to talk to you about the anechoic lazarets. What is it? Okay, so she doesn't want to talk about it, which means we haven't triggered anything about the quest. So that probably means we still have to clear it. How do we do that? I don't know if we can do it
Let's
by
go.
ourselves. Like, the birds were already too much, let alone these advanced drone-like things. I'm not very good at, like, fighting.
Go.
I hope there's a way to do it without actually fighting them. This tranquility. Am I underleveled? Possibly. I'm tier 1. I don't know how it works exactly. So we need 60 XP to get to the next tier. Oh no, advancement step, wait. Oh, we need four advancement steps to the next tier. And we only had 1. So every 4th advancement step purchased increases the character's tier, unlocking new ability, stats, and skill training. Interesting. But yeah, we might be under-leveled, I guess.
Of
Oh, you don't have levels. You have tiers and advancements, which is basically levels. A woman as tall and graceful as a willow steps forward to greet you. She bows, then looks down at you with warm, gold-flecked eyes. Welcome, she says, to Tranquility's Rest. I'm the proprietress. Tranquility. Are you looking for a place to take your ease? As she speaks, a sense of delicious calm comes over you, and you find yourself wanting to agree with her. There is nothing you'd like better right now than the peace and solitude of a quiet room. Forgive me for asking, but are you human? She laughs melodiously. No need for apologies. Given my height, it is a natural question. I am indeed human, a human mutant, and fortunate to live in Saga's Cliffs, where that is not a crime. There are very few places in this world where someone like me would even be allowed to clean a hostel, let alone own one. Do you advance by doing side quests? I mean, just doing stuff gives you XP. Side quests, but also doing certain things. Tell me about Tranquility's Rest. She smiles. It is the most peaceful inn in Saga's Cliffs, with the most beautiful views. All rooms face outward so that the bustle of the caravanserai is invisible and inaudible. All you see is sky and sea, and the roofs of the city far below you. And all you can hear is the breeze. I am the sole owner, and I have been offering solitude, security, and discretion to travelers for 20 years. You will never have a sound a night's sleep as you will when you stay here. How much is a room? 20 shins per person? Oof. I'll rest later. Can we loot? There's a book. Examine the book. The pages of the book are made of a thick vellum, and it appears to be an atlas of the region. The book is open to a map that depicts the city of Saga's Cliffs, the Valley of Dead Heroes nearby, a range of mountains to the north, labeled as the Ossifagan Range, and a circular desert further to the east, marked as the Lost Sea. A thin strip of fabric has been placed between the open pages. A second fabric strip marks another place in the book. Try to judge the age of the book. The book doesn't seem new. Its pages are worn from frequent use, but that's all you can discern. It might be anywhere from 10 to 50 years old. No dates are stamped on any of the pages. Look for names of nearby settlements. Besides Saga's Cliffs, you only see a few other cities and towns. In the center of the circular desert are a large blue dot labeled the Oasis of Mra Yolios, and a smaller dot immediately next to it, Jerboa. On the far side of the desert is another city, Haref. On one end of the Valley of Dead Heroes is a dot labeled the Necropolis. It's unclear whether this is a settlement or just a site of interest. Examine the page marked by the other fabric strip. You see another full-page map, this time representing a region called Augur Kala. It seems to be located somewhere to the northwest of Saga's Cliffs, and it's defined by a massive ring of mountains labeled as the Clock of Kala. The mountain range is so perfectly round that it was almost certainly engineered by artificial means in the distant past. Several cities and towns dot the landscape, but the largest and most prominent is named Sada Imidu. Sada Imidu. After a few moments, you turn back to the map of Saga's Cliffs again. Okay. Examine the night table. The table is finely made and has a single drawer. Open the drawer. The drawer appears to be locked, but you can hear something rattling around inside. The noise is faint but constant, as if the object were alive. That is kind of weird. Guess we can try to pick the lock. I'm not great with this, but you are. Nice. After a bit of effort, you hear a satisfying click and the drawer opens soundlessly. Inside you find a small ornamental comb that looks like a jeweled insect. In fact, it is a jeweled insect. A biomechanical marvel that is very much alive. The pincers seek to fasten themselves upon locks of hair, and its wings allow it to hover around the wearer's head. Several strands of hair are still clutched in the comb's pincers. They're a vibrant purple. A vibrant purple? So we found someone's comb? Airship captain. Oh, there. Okay. What's this? The synth panel lies flush with the ground. You can see no way to pry it open. Packed bundles and sealed urns line the area, waiting to be taken into the city or loaded onto the ship.
Yes. Now.
Omadon, let's talk to you. This robed man turns a golden bespectacled gaze and winning smile on you. He seems a charming enough sort, but it's clear he wants something from you, and is perfectly willing to take it, politely and with absolute guile, of course. At last, he says, someone who looks like they can see further than their nose. These Sagocytes are as observant as rocks. He clasps his hands together, pleading. Please tell me you've seen a beautiful girl with purple hair. Her name is Paseo. She is my beloved, but she suffers from a madness that causes her to fear everything. She can't stop running from imagined dangers, and I've been chasing her for, years now, trying to catch her and cure her before she hurts herself. Imagine me a danger to her? Why, I brought her back.
Making a note.
One true love. Okay. I don't like this guy already. I recently tracked her here to Saga's cliffs, but none of these blind fools can remember seeing her, even though I believe she stayed here for a time. He grips your arm. Let me give you a description so you will know her. She is heartbreakingly beautiful and wears winged hair combs that float around her head, constantly changing the arrangement of her purple hair. Please, if you see her or hear word of her, return and tell me. My name is Omadon, and I can be most generous. So I could tell him about the comb we found, but I don't think I want to. He seems creepy. What caused Paseo to go mad? He frowns, thoughtful. It is, I believe, some trauma associated with her birth or early life. We found that it could be overcome with love and care and certain medications, but even then, some lapses occur. It was during the last of these that Paseo vanished. I have been on her trail ever since. I'm certain she will see clearly as soon as we are together. How do you hope to cure Paseo's madness? With love, mostly, but also with certain ancient techniques I have learned in my years of study for the cooling and untwisting of fevered and knotted minds. I'm positive that once I am able to isolate her from the corrupting distractions of the world, I will be able to restore her to her true self. Yeah, this guy is a creep. This guy is such a creep. What caused the madness, though? Oh, wait, that was... the terrors from early life, blah, blah. How did you meet? We were at the same grave in the Valley of Dead Heroes. A mutual friend. And in sharing stories of our love for that friend, we found that we were kindred spirits and decided that we did not want to part when we left the valley. He smiles wistfully. Odd that a place of death could give birth to something so beautiful and undying. There's so much truth in that story. Details are irrelevant where there is love. Details are irrelevant where there is love. So, he's saying that he's telling the truth. There is so much truth in that story. But the way he phrases it in his thoughts is like, yeah, I'm telling the truth, kind of. Sort of. I'm just leaving out some specific details. Can you give me more details of Paseo's appearance? As I said, she is hauntingly beautiful, with purple hair that floats around her head on winged combs. Her speech may seem confused, so pay no mind to what she says. It is only her madness talking. When she is returned to me, I will be able to cure her. Yeah, don't listen to the person I'm pursuing. They're crazy. They'll probably tell that I'm insane and that I want to kidnap her or something. But don't listen to that. She's just mad. Such a creep. What sort of things will Paseo say when she's raving?
Updated my journal.
Almost anything, but one of her more persistent delusions is that I am her enemy. Nothing could be further from the truth. When she's in her right mind, she loves me as I love her, but when her madness is upon her, it is more painful than truth can say. I would never hurt her. I must make her realize the truth. Simple, if I can find her. I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not gonna tell you about the comb I found. Tranquility, do you know anything about this comb? She shakes her head. I'm afraid not. We have many visitors here. It could have been any of them. Deception. Her denial is too quick and sharp, especially when her voice is normally so calm. You suspect this is the mark of a lie. How could Paseo be so foolish as to leave that here? Okay, so she does know. But that doesn't mean anything. We don't know where she went. Because I can't ask her about Paseo either. Tarnak Hobbs. This man's brow is creased with worry. He avoids your gaze, his eyes fixed on a point to your left and far away. His trembling, battered fingers pluck at the air. He stares through the chattering customers, the bar, as though he's utterly alone. Stepping closer, you see a thick blue crease running down his throat into the depths of his heavy robes, and orderly rows of azure holes pierce his bony arms from elbow to wrist. Okay. Discord, he says as you approach. Scarred melody. Too many voices. Herds. His words stream out one by one, in a subdued and continuous monotone, tumbling over each other as if in a blind rush to escape. Study him. He does not meet your eyes as you step closer to examine him. Instead, he winces, as though your presence is somehow painful to him. You watch him move and track the twitching of his fingertips. You hear a low, vibrating whistle, though it is not coming from his mouth. What are you doing here? Wayfarers bring me broken Numenara. I repair them for pay. I need to eat, he cries, and you don't think you're the target of his anger. The wayfarers thank me, he says, swallowing. They do not know I have remade their Numenara. They do not know they will also be remade. All will be remade when the choir awakens. What? Can you remake any of my Numenara? Instead of asking to see your belongings, he looks at you for the first time. His pupils are as dark as the space between the stars. No, he says after a long moment. His eyes flick back to whatever distant, terrible place has so captured his attention. You're wounded, a broken instrument. He has no use for you. What are you staring at? The grand hall, the spiral pinned by broken columns, the invisible roof. He stops with a gasp and a tear rolls down his dirty cheek. He tells me not to share our secrets with you. You are not of the choir. You are discord. A cold wind coils down from the rooftop, flickering at his tattered robes. Must not speak of a car. A car? What does that mean? Oh no. You may as well have slapped the man. White with shock, he doubles over, clutching at his chest beneath the man's agony. You sense otherworldly indignation and ageless despair, deep as oceans. Great Akar was once the mightiest of cities, and it will rise once more when the choir awakens. His gaze meet yours. The conductor will reward your curiosity and allow me to tell you what I have seen. You need only ask. What have you seen? Before my becoming, I found a pit ringed by stone deep in the Arvrin wood, broken pillars at the edges. I stepped inside, breathed the dusty air. He pauses, passing a shaking hand over his mouth. I was lost in the grand hall for days, decades, pillars twisting like hallways, spiraling, the ringing of bells, whirling chandeliers, listening to the song of the lost choir. I was an audience becoming an instrument. Finally I slept, and I woke here, upon the heights. He took my voice, the man says, his eyes dull and distant. But my blood sings. I am becoming. I dream. And I remake Numenara for wayfarers so that they will become and dream as well. And together we will go into the forest to the ring where the grand hall once stood and rebuild. He falls silent, eyes wide and wet, as if dreaming of the city that lives in his mind. Okay then. He didn't even look at my belongings. Do you have anything anything you can remake? No, you're worthy but broken. This time he doesn't look at you. Okay. Fine. Said you dream. What of? Proud Akar at its peak, he says, gaze locked on the distant ruins of the city. Instruments of metal and flesh rigging the balconies of the grand hall. The conductor, our air, breathing him in forever. What do you think you're becoming? An instrument, he says, swaying. A doorway. Before, I remade Numenara. Now, I wake and find devices the conductor has made for me. He is generous. Look, he says, smiling and pulling aside his robes to bare his bony chest. Countless devices are embedded in his flesh, looping bloodlessly in and out of his ribs, linked by tubes or wire to an opalescent sphere at the base of his throat. Right. Farewell.
I'm going.
A weird.
Yes.
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna save. Nope. No, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the hydrate age. Let's talk to Sylph. This pretty young woman stands unnaturally still. Suddenly, her large, glassy eyes spring to life with a rattle and quickly lock with yours, before just as quickly snapping away. Her skin, as fair as porcelain, is cracked beneath several layers of dirt and faded makeup, and on the side of her neck you see what appears to be a small tattoo of vertical lines with glyphs etched at the bottom. For a moment, familiarity overwhelms you, disappearing as a minute minute shudder runs down her arms. Her gaze snaps back to your face, but not to your eyes. She's staring at your tattoo. Jerkily, her hand rises to touch her own. Wait, her hand rises to touch her own? You mean... Wait, like touch her own hand? But... Like clasping hands or something? Like, I don't know what that means. Well met. I am called Sylph. You note a slight pause before she pronounces her name. Her voice has a purring quality under which you can hear the spinning of countless gears. She coughs, just once, and a small greenish cloud emerges from between her lips. Don't think you're supposed to cough green clouds? Or did you come by that mark? It's her, or is... Try to remember where you've seen Sylph's tattoo before. You hear an echo of yourself and see in front of you a strange old man gnawed by time and rabid with expectation. On his neck, weathered and sagging, you see the same series of vertical lines etched into his skin, a faded map to a time or place that no longer exists. An inadmissible period of time has elapsed without an answer. Conclusion. I will rephrase the question, she says as the memory fades. How did you come to have those marks upon your skin? I'm a cast-off of the changing god. You hear an excited clicking and her eyes flutter closed briefly. I appreciate your honesty, she says, the manic working of gears sounding from deep within her chest. She regards you, head tilting to the side with a series of small ratcheting noises. You have the absurd impression the motion is meant to be flirtatious. I hope you will answer another question for me. Her voice takes on a more eloquent tone, deeper and richer than you've heard from her before. I wonder if you might have heard this old riddle before. She clears her throat and begins, as if reciting from memory. What comes in with breath and out with a word, transmutes upon death but can't be conferred. The words sound vaguely familiar, resonating in your mind even after she stopped speaking. Old. It's what you've done for centuries. You told me. Comes in with a breath, out with a word. Life? Transmutes upon death, but can't be conferred now. Consciousness? I'm not sure what... I guess we can try to remember where we've heard it before, but then she'll probably be like, "You're taking a long time again." I don't know. can't be conferred. I'm just gonna say consciousness. Well, Sylph sounds pleased, still speaking in that deeper voice. Perhaps you can be of use to me after all. There is one final question I will ask of you, she says, face and hands unusually still. Please answer to the best of your abilities. What would you do if you met someone who had succeeded at your life's work before you, and they refused to share their method? I would find my own method. I mean, it depends why you're doing that, right? Like if it's your life work and someone else beat you to it and they're selling it and stuff like that, then it's like, well, as long as it's out there, right? If it's something that people are like improving and it's already good, right? Then you're like, well, work is done, basically. It doesn't need to be me doing it necessarily. I don't need to be the one succeeding at the thing as long as it's good, right? If it's a good thing, then it's fine. If they, however, create the thing and then are like, we're going to pay, you're going to have to pay extortionate amounts of money to use it or something, then finding a new method, like your own method, would be better, because then you could compete with them or at least give people what they want, including yourself. I would find my own method. Yet you failed, haven't you? These cast-offs you make, each an imperfect shell, each an undying monument to your failure. She laughs at the look on your face. It's not a pleasant sound. And to think, all those years ago, you had the audacity to call yourself a god. Look at me. Look at this. She spreads her arms and turns in a circle, clearly intending you to see every angle of her body. This is the pinnacle of a lost civilization, she gloats, the void behind her eyes replaced with fervent, furious madness. My perfect immortal vessel, and I'm the one who discovered it. Me. She spits bright green froth that lands in the dust at your feet. That, to your help, my methods are beyond your comprehension, and I'm going to make sure they stay that way. The light fades from her eyes as suddenly as it arrived. She blinks at you with a chittering of decaying cogs, folding her hands in front of her and executing a small bow. I do not know what transpired, she says. Please accept my apologies. What? Try to remember where you've seen Sylph before. Oh, come on. There you go. Critical success. Nice. Stat pool spent on effort restored. Awesome. An image appears in your mind of Sylph standing demurely beside a richly clothed man who gestures at you. I can't talk. Who gestures at you impatiently. Sure, she's old, but she can still work. Still got that machine intelligence of hers running along nicely, unlike some others, he says. If you're lonely, she'll keep you company. If you're not, she'll keep you quiet. If you're not, she'll keep quiet, won't you? He turns his piercing gaze on Sylph, who nods. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal, the man says, leaning forward conspiratorially. I got a male model out back who's a bit more banged up. I'll do you both for, say, 1,000 shins. He winks at you. A lady's got to have her options. I understand, surely I do. He leans back, pleased with himself as the memory starts to fade. So, do we have a deal? Okay then. Who are you? I am Sylph, she states simply, inclining her head towards you with an audible click. I am at your service. Odd. That was very strange. But yeah, apparently the critical success restores whatever you used on that roll. Right. So we have our 9 intellect back. Or at least we didn't lose the 2 we used on that. Or would have used on that. Master Renio. This airship master is keeping a nervous eye on his vessel. Is the one whose comb you have? No. No, she has purple hair, the one I'm looking for. He's short and wiry. You're starting to believe people might just be crazy and not aware of who, what, where they are. Yeah, I think a lot of these people are just insane. This world is kind of crazy, so it's not surprising. He's a short and wiry man, dressed in travel-stained but well-kept clothing. He is chewing on his impeccably groomed moustache in frustration. As you approach, he turns away from his vessel. Welcome to Master Renio's Aerophile adventures. I'm afraid that I will not be departing anytime soon. Not since the theft. He says the word carefully, as if holding it at bay. I've always taken pains to see the best in people, he confides, swallowing hard. But that was before that runty, glowing, star-haired idiot stole the coronet. My prized airship. He shakes his head, genuinely distraught. Until that thief is caught, my ship remains in dock, safely shuttered and chained. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Annie. Yeah, you missed some wheel shenanigans. Zato wanted Mario Kart. It didn't happen. Yeah, the dude looking for the purple-haired woman is very creepy. So I'm never gonna tell him that I found a comb. Can you tell me how your ship was stolen? Of course, he says, looking grateful that you've taken an interest in his plight. The vagrant asked to borrow my airship first, if you can believe that. I refused, of course, and as politely as possible. He shakes his head slowly, sorrow stealing into his face, and I only looked away for a moment to sign some paperwork, and when I turned back, he was already in the air, waving from the railing. I'll help you find him. That would be a great relief, he says, sighing. If you do stumble over him, bring him to me. I want to look the thief in the eyes and ask why he did this to me.
I'll remember that.
What is this game about? It's about us having been we're basically a cast off of some kind of god, the changing god, who is like creating new bodies for himself every time. He's like immortal because he keeps making new bodies and then like inhabiting them for a while and then casting them off to go into a new body. But then those cast-offs gain conscience, and we're like the last one of those. And we're just trying to figure out where we are, who we are, um, like what our body has done in the meantime, right? And try to figure out how to find the god guy and I don't know, just make a name for ourselves, I guess. It's an RPG like Baldur's Gate or Pillars of Eternity or those types of things. What does he look like? Short fellow with blonde hair and thin build. He was also glowing. Why was he glowing? Where do you travel? Once I flew as far as Agur Kala, soaring above Arvrin Wood and the unmeasured depths of Ornu Lake, above the lava fields of Ossifagan and the plains beyond. I flew south over the ruins of the Tabat homelands and east to the oasis of Mra Holios. He gestures at a single vessel. Now I fly solely to the Valley of Dead Heroes, conveying mourners and memorialists to the unchanging tombs. Things will turn around one day, I'm sure. In the meantime, we have honest work and food to eat.
Making a note.
Fair. Of course, I'm not flying anywhere at the moment. Not while the thief who stole my other airship walks free. What can you tell me about the caravanserai? Steeped in history, my friend. You have come to the right man to ask about it. He adjusts his clothes and stands taller. This was once a staging ground against our foes, the Tabat. Our ancestors could observe the approaching enemy from here and direct their forces to meet them. They say that the defense was commanded from up here. He points towards the rocky outcrop on the far side of the plateau. Now, instead of a place of war, it serves as a place of commerce, built for the good of all, both ourselves and our foreign guests. Saga's Cliff sits atop a great hoard of Numenara, and does a thriving business in this stuff. A hoard of Numenara, you say? We import foods, spices, textiles, and visitors from far-off lands. They arrive from Agar-Kala, Ostaria, and Hebrast, among many, many others. My friend, this is a focal point of commerce in the Saga's protectorate. I play a small but proud part. I have a hair in my mouth. There, okay. Got it.
Go.
It's weird talking with the hair in your mouth.
Of course.
What the hell is the cat? No, I'm not a cat. It's not a hairball. It's just a hair. I didn't lick myself to get it there either. Atop a nearby plateau, you can just make out the top of a small dome of scintillating blue energy.
Yes.
Right. That looks safe.
Why not?
What's this? This craft is capable of carrying one person, two at most. The interior is richly appointed with satin pillows and the air feels cooler inside. Nice. Little helicopter-like thing. Quiano del Toboso. Hi. This scrawny old man practically rattles inside dull and dented armor that was clearly made for someone bigger than him. Nonetheless, his eyes burn with a bottomless fire, and his smile, as fierce as it is genuine, flashes beneath his graying thicket of a beard. Another night, he bellows, clapping your shoulders with his gauntleted hands. You barely keep your feet. The man is stronger than he looks. Another hero in search of great adventure. You stand before the wandering knight Quijano del Toboso. What brings you to the summit of Mount Ithiador? She is armed like a knight, so she carries herself strangely. I'm not armed like a knight. Not really. I'm more of a smarts person. Why did you call this Mount Ithiador? It's a city, not a mountain. A city, he says, his sweat-beaded brow drawing together. Your senses must have deserted you in the ascent. The heat has baked you in your armor. He lays a gentle hand on your shoulder, turning you to the horizon. Do not allow delirium to blind you to your accomplishments, good knight. You have scaled the very heights of Mount Ithiador, the tooth of the world beast. Adventure lies in every shadow below us. Every sparkle of light is a quest ready for the taking. So it does seem like everyone is insane. I do get that feeling. That everyone is just insane. What brings you up here? Do you know, he says, that I'm not quite sure. My memory is not what it was. I recall kneeling before my family's armor in our estate some time ago. He blinks slowly. Perhaps I was weeping. He smashes his gauntlets against his chest, leaving a sizable dent. I can't recall, and it doesn't matter, for then I heard a thunderous roar and beheld a great beast in the skies. I donned my armor and gave chase. Your armor looks slightly used. Yes, he says, nodding proudly. It has seemed some use. My ancestors forged it in the fires of Silvercloud Mountain for a battle against the Ziriquand hordes. This was the wound that killed her. He taps a much mended spot on the chest plate. In fact, many of my ancestors died in this armor. It served them well. If they died in the armor, though, did it serve them well? Did it, though? What kind of beast was it? It defies description, he declares. And so, I shall describe it to defy impossibility itself. 13 legs, 6 jaws, 1,000 eyes that glitter with malice and flame, scales the color of clouds. Go on. The horrible beast leered down at me, promising destruction. I promised it death, and it flew across the sky. I followed, darting between the trees. He paused, frowning, and I don't recall much after that. I remember walking, having various adventures along the way, of course, but I cannot quite recall why I came here. Ah, he says, raising a finger. Of course, I must have had the frankly brilliant notion of scaling this lonely mountain to better spot the beast from afar. He shakes his head, his wispy beard waggling. Alas, I've seen nothing so far. Your beast sounds like a particularly large cloud, and I'm pretty sure you ran into a tree. Should I say that, or say that was an amazing story? Just be like, yeah, that was great. Thanks for telling me the story. I kind of want to do this. A cloud, he says, chuckling. A tree. The perils facing us in this world of wonders are not so mundane. Others once spoke like her. I wish I could have saved them from the beast. You said you're looking for a great adventure? Yes, but I feel I must speak plainly, he says, plucking at his beard. Too many people have mistaken me for a common mercenary. He straightens. I'm not interested in entangling myself in local quarrels. I will not hunt a beast that cannot hunt me in return, and if I am to fight, it must be against a foe of such wickedness that the stars themselves would wink out rather than shine upon our world that could harbor such malevolent creatures. Okay. A murder is loose in the underbelly, or the stick art. I don't want to send him against that sticker. That would be terrible. Maybe you can help me find clues. That fiend, he declares, beard trembling with outrage. But alas, I cannot help you. A knight must know his weaknesses as well as his strengths, and investigation has never been my strong suit. He clasps you on the shoulders again. Good hunting, my friend. Good hunting. I can't think of any enemies worthy of you. Oh, he says, his face falling. Perhaps you will think of one later. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. I don't want to stand you against the sticker because the sticker... I don't want him dead, you know? Let's go down here. So we've explored most of the city so far.
I'm going.
So this is the this is Cliff's Edge. Come here. What is it, Finzen? Everything about this slender young man says thug. From his scar-slashed eyebrows to the calloused hand hovering over his hip where a dagger would hang. But he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands, and a single apron string hangs from his pocket. He is apparently a baker. Okay. Stand still, you shine, he says and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who's loitering in the public square. That levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without checking side to side. You sure he's following you? Put it like this, he says, licking his lips. I know when I'm being followed. I've seen him on my track from dawn to dark for 3 days. I ain't done nothing wrong. I know it's worse than that, he says, wringing his hands. That's my levy. What do you mean he's your levy? I'm a citizen, he says, as if this explains it. When it becomes clear it hasn't, he groans. Every levy is made from a citizen, he says. This one was made for me. Look, I can't explain not why, but I know that one's mine. I feel it, right? And now it's coming for me. Look, he won't leave me alone, right? I gave a year of my life to make him, and I thought that was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself, playing with that carving of his. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. He even tried to talk to me. Levies aren't supposed to know who they came from, right? They ain't supposed to know who you are. He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him? Find out what he wants? Alright, I'll talk to him. He nods again towards the armored man who's standing a distance away in the public square. He's the only levy in this district, so you can't miss him. Plus, he ain't smiling like all the others, and he's holding some charred wooden thing in his hands.
I'll remember that.
You, need anything else? Okay, I don't understand. No, okay. How did you create your levy? How does that work? I look like a skull arc to you? All I know is where they told me to stand. His eyes rove past your face and snap back. Look, people who want to be, respectable in this town, they became citizens. The way they do that is you step into this glass chamber. It takes a year out of your life, they say. I figure it squeezes that year into human shape. Don't know how. Wouldn't pay 2 shins to know. Okay. Kinda weird.
Let's go.
This one. This levy is not like the others you've seen. The white smile is absent and his oddly shaped eyes are red, wet and haunted. He stares past you, whispering to himself and turning a small charred object over and over in his hands. He appears to be looking for someone, and having spoken to Finzen, you can imagine who. The aura of shame around him is so powerful that you can practically taste it. What are you holding there? He says, then grimaces as though his words hurt him. I'm holding my shame. His hands unfold one bloody, soot-covered finger at a time. A crudely made wooden bird lies there, painted in pinks and pale blues and charred around the edges. That bird represents your shame? Represents? No. This is my shame, and I'm holding it. He swallows. I can't put it down. Does the word... Okay, so Vincent sent me to find out why you're following him. Yes? He says, despair melting away. In that moment he looks like a child, with a child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He sees what he did. What we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. When the machine ripped a year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me. He hugs himself. I see them coming. None of it can be changed.
Making a note.
Tell him this, for me. The Gillam Manor job did happen. A servant caught him calling the levies. They chased him, and he set a fire. His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped. People screamed. His hand clenched over the charred toy bird in his palms with a soft crunch. Please, tell him I'm with him in the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year. A better one. Oh, okay. Okay. What kind of year do you want from him? A year without the blackened door, he says earnestly, without the hand tangled in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. Silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them. Wills rising with the glowing ashes, my arms bound with ragged rope. Every time I'm there, in those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth... His fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth is full of dirt and blood. Okay, I'll speak to Vincent.
Let's go.
Vincent, do you know anything about the houses burning down and stuff? You mentioned something about a Gillam Manor job. He what? Vincent says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone else about this? No? Good. He knows his voice. I have to be, unspecific about this, understand? Before I became a citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things for money. And just a few weeks ago, certain people told me that they wanted me to rob Gillam Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen. Gave up a year of my life to create the levy. That levy. Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, or how the captain herself was looking into one of my older adventures. He plays with the apron strings hanging from the pocket. So I cancelled the job and started working at my aunt's bakery. Never did the Gillam job, and that's the truth. The levy is seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from you.
I'll remember that.
Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eyes. It's a shakedown. Give me a year or I tell him what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone, and I don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like they're free. Yeah, you can't just keep giving years of your life, right? Based on what he said, it sounds like becoming a citizen saved your life. And that was my decision, not his.
Making a note.
He groans. I'd go up to the government square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to, if I had any way of explaining it. Hey, your levy is following me around. I think it's because he's haunted by my criminal past. What good would telling the captain of levies do? The levies aren't supposed to follow their citizens around. They ain't supposed to get all weepy either. Telling the captain would take care of the problem for sure. But I ain't about to try it myself. You want to try walking to her? She's in Government Square. See what I can do, I guess. Oh, what a mess. Oh, we have to walk up the stairs, right? Chirurgical prone glaive. Do you know? Who's this? His old man's skin is covered in makeup, painstakingly drawn to resemble dark stone. His eyes widen briefly as he notices you, and his his face and neck hardens into actual obsidian for a moment. Then he smiles and nods at you, his features mobile once more. Welcome, welcome, he says. Sorry about the stone. Polymorphic flesh modification, you see. Didn't see you walk up, and I assumed you were going to cut my throat and take my chirurgical parlor for yourself. Hey, the day's young. The day is young, we might still do it, you know? His face flashes into obsidian for a split second before flushing into copper. The old man is blushing. Apologies, he says. I know you were joking, but the modifications are touchier about such things. And really, I'm glad they are. If I were a younger man looking to make a name for myself in the city, I'd kill me too. Certainly she's joking. If she's not, well, the strongest will survive, I guess. My chirurgical parlor is a marvel of the prior world. You see, just pick an item or a service, pay my outrageous fees, and after only a short to long period of fairly safe but indescribable agony, you walk away with some horrible Numenara bits whirring away inside of you. He pokes a few buttons on a device strapped to his wrist, and lights twinkle across its length. A dark, glassy lens focuses on you. Well, interested? It doesn't sound great, if I'm honest. You are your age, you give a year to every human on their birthday. That's very, very nice of you, Age. I can't help but notice that you're a very honest man. Well spotted, he says, nodding. Clear streaks of quartz run up his prominent cheekbones, revealing the muscle beneath. It's a side effect of my modifications. Couldn't lie to you if you begged me to. He shrugs. Honesty is usually a hindrance to any businessman, but people seem to like it. It's a blessing, in my opinion. Huh. Show me a list of your items and services. Of course, he says, tapping a few buttons on the broad device and circling his wrist. The lens beams a cone of light directly onto your eye, which immediately begins watering. Blinking, you see a menu of items seemingly hanging in the air. Thank you for the quotes. So Cloud Gauntlets, Jagged Memory, Encroaching Darkness, Blood Nanites, Numenara Analyzer, Artificial Eyeball? How painful are these procedures? That is a popular question, he says, and it does vary from procedure to procedure, but if you're seeking a general area, he taps his chin thoughtfully, my customers usually range between shrieking for a merciful death and groaning while soiling themselves, if that helps. But they almost always seem happy with the results when they survive. Are you ready to buy something? There's, I think 100? I think 100 quotes. What's the Jagged Memory? Numenara Analyzer sounds safest. It's quite safe, he says, nodding. Most of the time, in almost 3 out of 5 cases, and the procedure couldn't be simpler. The drone simply saw your skull open, shove an implant into the right spot, and seal everything back up again. He clasps his hands. Once they do that, the implant will help you identify the purposes of unknown Numenara. It costs 95 shin, but it pays for itself. Well, I don't have that money. Artificial eyeball. A very popular item, he says. He says, nodding. The meat ones wear out so easily. This one never does, and it'll help you spot things normal eyes miss. All it takes is a one-time cost of 110 shins and a tremendously unpleasant operation. What are blood nanites? It's quite simple, he says. The drones fill your blood with millions of tiny machines that promptly begin devouring you alive until they learn to differentiate between your body and anything that's not supposed to be in there. After that, they'll do their best to purge toxins and illnesses from your body with every pump of your heart. He pauses. In case I wasn't clear, this one is really going to hurt. 95 shins, paid in advance, please. Okay. Encroaching darkness? A beguiling name, isn't it? He says, his laugh lines crinkling. I'm glad you like it, because I'm not quite sure what it does. It's a living creature, you see, that crawls around your body while you sleep. Eventually it takes root in your nervous system and there does something. Yeah, I have 87, so I can't buy anything so far. He shrugs. Could be good, could be bad, could be both. It certainly won't be boring. 100 shins. Right, just get some random creature that just crawls inside your body. Not the most pleasant of things. Jagged memory. This, he says with a raised finger, is a tricky one. It's a mesh that fuses through your skin, leaving jagged marks like tattoos. When you attack, you'll always hit your enemy's old wounds, even if they weren't there before. Told you it was a tricky one. What? I don't know what that means. Would be like having a pet, I guess? A pet that you can't really see because it's inside of you? Clawed gauntlets. I knew that would catch your eye, he says, digging you in the ribs. We planted long, hollow rods in your forearms with steel blades sheathed inside. Just flick your wrist and out they pop, surprising anyone who mistook you for unarmed. He demonstrates with his unoccupied wrist, making little sounds. 125 shins for the weapon and the work both. No thanks. Because I don't have the money for now. But
Let's
interesting. I might come back when we have money. Equal. The mutant boy gazes at the entrance to the chirurgical parlor, flinching at each scratch of razor metal on metal from within. By your estimation, he's in his late teens, but is the size of a young, malnourished child. His arms are little more than bones, wrapped in red speckled skin, and a raw line of zigzags down between his mismatched eyes and over the blade of his nose, as if pointing directly at his thin lips. He sees you looking, and bird-like muscles flex in his frail jaw. Get a good look, he says, lifting his chin. Maybe you want to call me some names. I hear eggshell a lot. Or maybe lightning bolt. I get that one from time to time. He crosses his bony arms and glares at you. But let me stop you. Call me some names. Laugh. Do it now, because in another few minutes I'll be the one laughing. Calm down, Earthquake. Very funny, says. Hilarious. And you know what? I am calm. I'm not going to be the butt of everyone's joke anymore. I think Earthquake is a pretty cool name. I thought that was a cool name, so that's why I picked it. Because I thought, like, I'm going to give him a cool nickname. I'm not going to be the butt of everyone's jokes anymore, he says. Electricity sizzles briefly within the nearby parlor. This time he does not flinch away. Lightning flickers, trapped in his determined eyes. I have some money, alright. I'm going to use it to change myself. Change everything I can. What sort of changes? Right, he says with a bitter laugh. Like I'm going to take advice from a girl. You don't like women? What? No, I like women. And they like laughing at me. We get along just fine. I'm not laughing at you. Uh-huh. You're talking to me out of charity. Or pity. I don't want either. Can everyone buy improvements from the parlor? Yes, he says. You pay the keeper and the drones remake your body the way you want. Okay. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to change your mind about talking to me? Yes, I'm sure I don't want your help. Okay, well.
Yes.
Nice talking to you then, I guess. Who are these people? Surprise briefly registers on the cultist's face when she sees you. Then she slightly inclines her head in respect. Greetings, beloved vessel. How may I help you? You seem less deferential than some of the other cultists. Why? Not all of us revere your father, she says carefully. We simply honor him for his boundless wisdom and bottomless knowledge. We wish to emulate him. She clears her throat. But worship him? No. Okay.
I'm ready.
I wouldn't worship him either. Let's talk to Lord Vundken. Declaiming to the crowd is a well-dressed but sickly-looking man, short, dumpy, and an unhealthy shade of yellow. Despite this, he has the proud demeanor and the stentorian voice of a much larger man. He booms at you as you approach. Ah, another likely lady, excellent. The people have called for deliverance from this ravaging Stychus, and our hero has answered. Most courageous of you. You are all heroes who stand up in the face of conflict.
I'll remember that.
He smiles. All you have to do is to be the first to find the rogue Stychus that's been terrorizing Cliff's Edge. Return here and tell me precisely where it is, and I'll take it from there. He pats you on the shoulder, and you'll be rewarded, I promise you. As the head of a slave family, I'll owe you a favor, and my favor carries a good deal of weight. A slave family? Okay. I don't know if I like that. I don't like the sound of that. Okay, tell me about Cliff's Edge. Alas, I rarely pass through these miserable streets, so I know little about them. But I go where the city needs me. Who are the slave families? He puffs up with pride. We are the descendants of the slaves who rose up with Chila the Great. They smashed the oligarchs who ruled this city and replaced their despotism with fair and egalitarian leadership, creating a city where anyone can achieve anything if they only try. Okay, that's very different from what I thought it was. Very different. Can I ask you more about the Stychus and its kind? He nods. Of course, knowing the enemy is the first step to defeating it. What is a Stychus? They're a horribly undermining vermin from another world. Horrible undermining vermin from another world. They tunnel beneath the streets of our city, undermining our homes and causing them to collapse. Our deaths are nothing to them. They don't even believe that humans are sentient creatures. Okay. How did the sticker come to be in Saga's Cliffs? Several members of the council believe that it's the work of our enemies, that their eggs were brought here from another world. An act of vengeance or sabotage, perhaps. Are they led by Miss Biggest Stickers? Yes. Definitely. Others think that the eggs were always here, and it took them centuries to hatch. But how doesn't matter to me. They're here, and they're dangerous, and it's up to every true citizen of Saga's Cliffs to resist them. I suspect the Dream Seekers working on a larger scale than I can alone. But if they are being led by by Miss Biggest stickers, then I don't know if I stand a chance, really. What can you tell me about the rogue stickers? He shudders. The vile thing appeared in Cliff's Edge a few days ago, and it's been skulking around ever since. The whole neighborhood lives in fear of it. They should be afraid. I'll make sure of it. Wait, what? What do you mean? They should be afraid. Why are they so afraid? We're not going to ally them? I want to ally with them. Some will tell you it's because the district has suffered the most from the Strika's digging. Houses collapsing on people, others falling into the sea. There's some truth to that, but the real reason is that the people here have become weak and afraid. They aren't prepared to face adversity. He leans in, warming to his subject. Indeed, if the Stika didn't exist, I would be tempted to invent them, for they are just what the city needs to stiffen its spine. Saga's Cliffs, our once proud empire, has abandoned its holdings and ceded into its territories to autochthonous tribes? What is that word even? Autochthonous tribes and wild beasts. It's time to take them back. And how can we do that when our citizens have become lazy, timid children? They are the perfect opportunity. The weak will become stronger. Ooh. People aren't weak, they only need someone to lead them, to inspire them towards a common goal. And when the leader is gone, the city will fall back into apathy. No, an enemy is what the city needs. In strife, we discover our finest selves, so it has always been. Saga's Cliffs had an empire? Autochthonous. Indigenous rather than descended from migrants or colonists. So, the people that lived there before them? The tribes that have always been there? Why are they a problem then? They are the invading force after all. Indeed, we held all the lands from here to Unagran. That was before the slave uprising that brought the slave families to power. Some of us seek to reclaim what was lost. Oh, to live in that age. Sagas advanced so quickly back then. I don't like this guy. Oh wait, this guy is glowing. Is this the guy that stole the airship? The first thing you notice about this wiry young man is the golden haze, the glow surrounding him. It sparkles in his eyes and gives him his easy grin a warmth that you can feel right down to your gut. He spots you and straightens.
I know what you're thinking. How in the world did you survive that crash, Eratus? The answer is, as it always is, backflips. But hold on. How did you know my name? Never mind. Not important. Of course you know my name. I'm Eratus.
He plants his hands on his skinny hips and beams. I did not expect voice acting there. This adventure is going nowhere. We are standing still. It is beginning when... What? Your thoughts are strange. Let's just ask him about the golden glow. What is the golden glow around you? Where? Says Eratus, turning around. Okay, right. How did you end up crashing the airship? I'm glad you asked. Oh, the squids. How are you doing,
Medeli
squid?
love.
Thank you for the 5 months. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you asked. This is somewhat of an understatement. He looks ecstatic. I was climbing up the cliffs to Caravanserai to see how impossible it was when I saw a star falling towards the reef. He raised an earnest finger. I knew right then that finding that star was my destiny. He runs his hands through his curls. But what was I going to do? Climb down? Boring. Already did it the other way. Walk? Walk? Worse. Far worse. No fun at all. Tell them about the backflips. No one cares about the backflips. Tell them.
I'll remember that.
The thoughts. He's like, he has two voices in his head. It's weird. Didn't sleep, but doing great. Aw. Well, I hope you get some rest today. I'm doing good. I also, well, I slept. Just, I went to bed at like 3 a.m. So I woke up at like 11:30 being like, oh shit, I need to get out of bed pretty quick and yeah. But we're here playing games, having a good time. So, yeah. Everyone is being lovely. Many good people showing up. It's always nice. He grins. Then I saw the airship docked over my head. I raced up, borrowed the ship and pointed right at the reef. His face falls. I don't know what happened next. Despite my expert piloting, the airship steered itself directly at the cliffs. I had no choice. I landed it as fast and hard and safely as possible, shaking his head he sighs. I never did find that falling star. At this point, someone else had found it, and it's their destiny now. You're in luck. That falling star was me. No! Archis shouts, overjoyed. Yes. Really? It was really you? He grabs you by both shoulders. This is fate. You were meant to travel with me. You have to. Don't say no. They will lead us to glory. They will lead us to pain. Join them. Join them. I don't like these thoughts. Not enough wheels in this game? True. True. I want you to join me. Of course you do, and I'm ready. I'm always ready. Can we...
All right.
Golden boy, look at him.
Well met yourself.
Golden boy. He doesn't look as golden in this. Catch Eritis staring at the sky with a distant look in his eyes. His strangely pale skin is nearly bronze and the golden glow surrounding him.
I should climb a building. No, a tower. And jump off the top. Should it be on fire? Yes. Yes and yes.
This guy. I should climb a tower. Jump off the top. Should it be on fire? Yep. Yep. Definitely. Are you actually thinking of setting buildings on fire? No, he says, shocked. Not today, anyway. We have things to do. The distant look resurfaces, along with the need to so deep it approaches hunger. I'm just planning ahead for if things get... He grimaces. This is the word he's trying to say pains him. Boring? Yes, he shudders. I have to be moving. Boring seconds turn into boring minutes and entire hours where nothing happens, and then you're dead of old age, he says, wiping away tears. But you aren't here to talk about me, he says, then blinks. Or are you? Or are you? How are things between us? great, he declares, throwing his hands in the air. I knew we had the same instincts for adventure. He blinks. I have some questions. I'm not surprised, he says, pleased. I'm incredibly interesting. What do you want to know? Keep hearing voices in your head telling you what to do. A loud one and a quiet one. The glow abruptly fades from Ertis. He looks older, plainer, exhausted beyond endurance. What? Oh. Oh. Now come back. He will wake up. She hears us. We told you. Then the golden light returns, a savage explosion of radiance and heat, driving you back a step. Ertis regards you calmly from within the pulsing nova. He is so beautiful that it's hard to look at him. I've no idea what you're talking about. A clever evasion. Now convince her she's not interested in this. Let's talk about something else now. You aren't interested in this. His voice is dull and dreamy. His eyes wander about your face without seeing you. Then the glow recedes like a retreating wave, and Ertis blinks. He sees that you're looking his way, then looks behind him to see what you're staring at. Should we have this guy with us? I feel like the voices are a problem. Old age, but you're not that old age. You're still fine. I've never heard the name Ertis before. What does it mean? Names mean things? He says, gaping. I thought they were just there to put words on faces. France, it should mean fast or impossibly handsome, but I really have no idea. Do you know what the name means? Oh, what your name means? He says, turning to your other companion. Honest, Tiberius says, flashing his teeth. My dear mother was a woman of unwarranted hopes. I think it suits you, Ertis says earnestly. I hope mine doesn't mean thief. No one would trust me anymore. Hold on, he says, ripping a much-folded page from his doublet. This sounds like an exciting quest to set off on someday, he writes furiously, tongue peeking from between his teeth. Discovers secret meaning of name. Done. He tucks the page back into his doublet, grinning. Where did you come from? You destroyed that Trico? Oh no, Squid. Why did you have to murder the Trico? Poor thing. I came out of the west, Ertis declares, his glow intensifying, traveling day and night to escape the hired killers hounding my every step. It's not what I meant. Where did you come from originally? From the storms of the south? At first, I think I was only an outline in the clouds of dust, but then Ertis leans forward, palms spread, eyes wide. I emerged, swords in every hand, capes swirling. You should have been there. I don't think you're understanding me. Where were you born? That's a strange question, he says, his glow dimming. Babies aren't interesting. Then he brightens, literally, of course. You're asking when I realized I was a hero. No. I'm trying to figure out your literal place of birth, Ertis, where you grew up. Who knows, he says, waving a careless hand. Who cares? Heroes come from villages, so that's probably where I'm from. A village. Right. Let's talk some other time. I don't know if my traveling companions are the best right now.
Thanks for taking me on, lass. Always good to have a friend watching your back. Now, what can I do for you?
Let's talk about the two people we're traveling with. Wait, who's Charming little thing, I think. And beautiful in his own way. Wait, what is Did I forget something? Artis, isn't he a treasure? Do anything for you, he would. Do anything for anybody, if you made him think it was exciting enough. Are you talking about me? I heard you say exciting. I never stopped talking about you, lad, he says, winking at you. How could I? Okay. What was again? Oh my god, we have so many quests.
Happy to help. You want a job done right.
I don't think we've really completed anything so far. Dahlia glittering. Hello, friend. A smiling dark-haired woman greets you, standing behind a table of trinkets. Your eyes are drawn to the 3 small rodents that lazily orbit her head in 3 floating balls. They take turns hovering just out of reach of the half-mechanical, half-organic cat perched on the woman's shoulders. Okay. The smell disappears from her face as a small tremor runs through the ground beneath her feet. It's the 7th time today. She glances nervously at the remnants of the structure next door. When that one fell, I heard them screaming, shrieking like the wind was tearing at their bones. Should I abandon my home before it abandons me, I wonder? She idly turns a couple of the curiosities on her table so the light catches on the various planes and materials. Then the smile returns to her face. Come, tell me which of my treasures speaks to you. Let me see what you have for sale. Spray flesh. That sounds awful. But apparently it's a healing thing. Speed, intellect. Concentrated spray flesh. It's better healing. More might, more intellect. Psychic detonation. 10 mental damage. Healing for all allies in range of target points. +1 training in stealth skills, +2 damage on esoteric attacks. Or +1 training level in lore, Shui skill, +1 training level in lore, natural skill, +2 damage on esoteric attacks, +1 damage per effort applied, max +8 on esoteric attacks. Interesting. Other esoteric attacks. Is that like the spell stuff? Character sheets. This? Oh yeah, esoteric. So it would work for me. But it is 315. We don't have that kind of cash. How much for one of the rodent globes? I mean, Bei, Bu, and Bao? She raises a hand and unconsciously pets one of the globes as it swings past her right ear. The tiny creature inside squeaks and scampers in a tight circle before the globe drifts out of sight. They are not for sale, my friend. I hope you're not too disappointed. Have you seen an albino woman around here? She raises both eyebrows, regarding you silently for a moment. A woman with skin like alabaster? Yes, she was here, looking for help I could not give. Her own treasure was what she wished fixed. I declined. She did not take it kindly, and I haven't heard from her again. She places a gentle hand on your wrist. She is dangerous, friend. She says, her tone light, as if she were merely discussing the weather. Tread carefully, wherever you happen to cross her. Wherever you happen to cross her, or across her, wait. Wherever you happen to cross her. I guess that is still a good sentence. Have you seen an escaped slave girl nearby? She gives you an odd look. Don't tell me why you're asking, I don't want to know. There are children running around here at all times of day, but I couldn't tell you one from another. And as to whether they are escaped or not, well... She shrugs eloquently. All children are running from something. Yeah, okay. Who are these? Children. The girl stands outside a crumbling old house, playing the flute. She wears a simple dress and her golden hair falls past her shoulders. The melody she plays is gentle and soft, but it somehow carries to every corner of the street. As you approach, she stops playing and smiles up at you with large green eyes. Shins for a song, ma'am? How much? It's 8 shins for a sad song, or 12 for a happy one. Why are sad songs cheaper than happy ones? Because there are more of them, ma'am. Okay. Play me a happy song. Thank you, ma'am. This one should give you a lift. Oh. You want me to play another? No, thank you. So what did we get? Venus Diddy. Plus 5% evasion, plus 5% on speed tasks. Okay, so we're just faster now. A little girl in a patched tunic kicks a pebble while reciting in a sing-song voice. Joy, 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 joy. Sorrow, joy, sorrow, joy, joy, joy. What are you playing? She stomps her feet. You ruined it! I was about to get 5 joys in a... She shrinks back as she realizes she just shouted at someone she doesn't know. My brother usually talks to all the strangers. Can I ask you some questions? Nervous, she glances at the older boy nearby. I guess? Is this your house? My name's Nim, and this is my daddy's house, but he's not home right now. Only me, Zep, and Avina, and Mittens the monster live here right now. We're waiting for Daddy to come back. He said he'd come back now and then. I hope it's now. Oh. Who is Mittens the monster? He's our friend who lives in the alley. Mittens is nice. I think he's sad, but at least he's got us. Zep turns towards Nim suddenly. Nim, I told you not to talk about Mittens. He looks at you with a sheepish grin. Sorry, ma'am. Mittens is Nim's imaginary friend. He doesn't really exist. Maybe I can answer your questions. Nim nods. Yes, Zep knows everything. Fine. A boy in rags holds out his hand as you pass. He's far too gaunt for his age. His knuckles stand out on his fingers like knots on a twig. Any shins for a family in need? I have 5 shins. Thank you, ma'am. Good fortune to you. Is this your house? It doesn't look safe. We know. That's why we stay outside most of the time. Ever since Avina noticed some cracks around the walls, we only go in there to change clothes and stuff. Does anyone else live back here? We'll get more shins, Age. It's fine. There used to be a lady who lived next door, a nano sorceress, but she disappeared a while back. And there was a family 2 doors down. We heard them screaming on the night their house fell into the sea. He shudders and looks away. My sister Nim was friends with their little girl. Tell me about your family. He ducks his head. Yes, ma'am, there's 4 of us, counting my father. But he's gone to the Bloom and we don't know when he'll be back. Huh, guess I really do think of him as family. Wish we could do more for him. I'm Zeba. He points towards a little girl kicking a rock in a circle and an older girl who's playing the flute. You notice that they look considerably more well-fed than Zeb. That's Nim, my little sister. The girl with the flute is Avina. She's not actually our sister, but she's still family. And there's no one else, that's it. Tell me about your father. What's his name? His name is Zeb too. Zebak Urlau. And it's been a year at least. He went to work for the Mamovira. For a while he sent Shins back, but then they stopped. Haven't heard from him since. He squirms uncomfortably. The bloom's like that though. Sometimes it doesn't let anything out. I figure he's just waiting till it opens up again. What if he's... No, he's fine. I'm sure he's fine. What do you know about the bloom? My dad always called it a schist hole, but he says it was a schist hole full of shins, so he was gonna pull up his boots and wade in. He shrugs. I don't know much else about it. They say it's a monster and people live inside. You can see it from the caravanserai, but they don't let anybody down there. Well, they didn't let me down there anyway. It looks scary to me. Can't believe Dad went down there. What do you know about the Maravira? She's the boss in the bloom, the mayor or something. My dad works for her. He's one of her guards. Okay. Is Nim okay? Life must be hard on her. She's okay. Doesn't know anything else really. She misses her dad though. His eyes cloud. She never really knew her mom, so at least she doesn't miss her. Aw. Tell me about Avina. She's been with us since before Dad left, but she's never said where she came from. Maybe she doesn't know. He looks across to Avina. I'm glad she's here. She notices things. Better lookout than I am. And she catches a lot more shins with that fruit of hers too. Let me ask you about something else. Can you tell me anything else about the area? Hardly anybody comes through here anymore. It's nice and quiet, I guess. Better than the rest of Cliff's Edge. Right. Let's talk to Nim again, maybe? Can I ask you some questions? Tell me about the game you're playing. It's called Sora and Joy. I made it up. She starts kicking the pebble again, first with the left foot, then with the right. You have to kick the rock left, right, without stopping. That's joy. If you kick it twice with the same foot, that's sorrow. 5 joys in a row means you win. 5 sorrows in a row, you lose. Hi Sunburn, how are you doing? Notes well spent, I see. With highlighting. Your game has new words. Did you change the rules? Yes, it's an all new game. She kicks the pebble. Now if you do it right 5 times, your house stays up. If you do it wrong 5 times, it falls down. Makes it scarier. Oof. Is there any reason you use the word sorrow? I don't know. I just like it. Sorrow. Sorrow. Joy, joy, joy. Tell me who lives in your house. No, okay. Tell me about Zeb. Zeb is my big brother. He takes care of us. He has a knife. He has a knife? Oh no. Who is Avina? She's my sister who isn't my sister. She plays the flute. Why isn't she my sister again? She's always been here. Okay. Where's your father? He's in the bloom, being a watchman. He's coming back any day now. Daddy's strong, I miss him. Can I ask about your neighbors? Her eyes fill with tears and she looks down the road towards one of the fallen houses. My friend used to live over there, but she... Her brother interrupts. It's okay, Nim, you don't have to talk about that. Gives you a quick shake of the head and carefully wipes his sister's eyes. Okay, that's fine then. Oh. Poor kids.
Fine.
Okay, and there's stickers. Is that the... So the kids were talking about someone else being there. And there's a stickers right here, and I wonder if the kids know about it. I mean, they must. But there's also shins just in this pile. Very nice.
Making a note.
Partially hidden in the trash of the dump is a frightened Stickus. Though it doesn't look like the other Sticka you've seen, its chitin is weak and soft, and its claws are small and malformed. It stares at you from its hiding place and chitters incomprehensibly. How did you get here? It weaves its head and clicks its claws, then pauses as if waiting for a response. The odor of ozone and stale air surround you. When you make no reply in its language, it shakes its head vigorously and says nothing more. Something about the creature's behavior is familiar, and you realize that you, or at least the changing god, have spoken to the beast before. Not skillfully, but well enough to be understood. Try to remember the language. 60%. Can I... Let's do it safe scum thing. Try to remember the language. Okay, wasn't necessary. Good. A murky memory comes to you, a small box resting between you and a patient Stickus, your muscles jerking and twitching as the device translates your words and thoughts. Your muscles twitch in sympathy with these memories, and you realize that the Stickus tongue is a jumble of scent, movement, and sounds. With the memory, information pours into your mind as if a plug had been removed. The smell of granite fills your nose. As the vision fades, you realize the creature's language is yours. Nice. That's a good way to learn a language. Just remember, forehead. What are you doing in this garbage dump? Yellow shell, grubbed steel, leave here. It emits a fierce scent of rotten air and underwater floods. Not speak, dangerous. A man with a yellow shell led you in Cliff's Edge? Did you mean a man with yellow skin? Its odor becomes strong, hard rock mixed with veins of ancient metals, intense affirmation. Huh. Are you the Stickus everyone is looking for? It waves its deformed claw in affirmation. The scent of mud, sadness, wafts from it. What are you doing up here? Its clicks and scents resolve themselves into words in your head. Tunnel, live, below, but bad claw, not dig, not eat, no home, Sticka, family. And the scent it uses is one of desolation and abandonment, a great void within the earth. Sent above ground to die. Oh no. Poor guy. Take a dig for food. What do you eat? Makes a digging motion, dragging his claws against the ground. Then with his others, fans his stubby talons like someone miming a bright flash. Dig makes sparks. Eat sparks, not dig, not make spark, not eat hunger. What? Eat the sparks? If you can't make sparks to eat, why haven't you starved to death? It points down the alley. Baby brown grub feed. Shows you a heap of small electrical devices all drained of energy. Spark shells, spark tubes. Ah, okay, so electricity. It points to itself and smells of flint and steel. Eat. Its scent is gratitude. Right. We were sent up here by the other Sticka. Why?
Making a note.
It holds up its malformed claws. Not good. It presses its shell, which bends like leather, soft like grub, not strong, not dig, not eat, no worth, trash, rubble, not even Nell tunnel. Oof. Oof. Is the burrowing of the Sticka responsible for making the houses collapse here? It nods and chitters. Stick no care, grub homes break. No dig, stick die. It taps its chest. No dig, no claw, no grub home break. Okay. Farewell. I'm gonna ask the kids if they know about the stickers.
I'll remember that.
Oh. The scrawny boy reaches out to you as you pass. Ma'am, please, ma'am. I know you saw the stickers hiding in the midden. Please don't tell anyone about him, ma'am. He's not doing anyone any harm. You saw his hands. They're like human hands. He can't dig like the others. It's not him that's bringing down the houses. What is the stickers to you? We found him, ma'am. My sisters and I. And he was so pitiful, near to starving, near to dying. We've been feeding him ever since, but we've got to get him out of here. His neighbors will find him soon, and that'll be the end of him. His family, every bit as much as Nim and Avina. Feed him power cells? They get electrical energy, and we can't find nearly enough. He's starving. Do you have a plan? No, ma'am. We can't just walk him down the street, or that fat little lord will see him. Not to mention the neighbors, and they'd kill him for sure. If anyone has tips on how to survive in Amsterdam for 3 nights without sleep, I may consider going to TwitchCon. Booze and hookers. Oh my god. But you mean like because the staying at a hotel is too expensive somewhere? Maybe not too expensive, but it's pricey. Yeah, no, that I understand. I don't know. I don't think you can. I mean, you can survive, but it might not be great. You know? Maybe there's a place you can go. We can try sharing the room costs, or even if that's not an option, maybe there's like a place you can stay for free, but with like strings attached. I don't know. There might be options, but I wouldn't know them necessarily. So. You didn't look much into it yet, but you still have a month or maybe even 2 to figure it out. Yeah, you can figure it out at some point. Find peeps you know at TwitchCon and get them to stand watching shifts overnight so you can just sleep wherever. Yeah, exactly. Just take watches like a D&D. And if any threats show up, you fight them. I won't tell anyone. Your secret's safe with me. Thank you, ma'am. You're a lifesaver, ma'am. Now if only we could get him to safety. Maybe I can find a way to get him out of here. Could you, ma'am? That would be wonderful. If you can find the other sticker, maybe they'd help him. I heard that some of them are down in the underbelly, but I've never seen them myself. I'll try. I assume the venue closes overnight, yeah, Age. I don't think they just stay open. So what's this? The Fifth Eye Tavern.
I'm ready.
What is this thing? These 3 triangles float serenely above a scuffed stone basin. You can't help noticing that the citizens of Sagas are giving this monument a wide berth. The largest triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothing warmth. The middle darker one hovers above it, turning slightly away from the first with what strikes you as disdain. The third is small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be near black. It is removed from the first 2 triangles. You hesitate. You are sensing emotions from these objects. Intent. Something is strange here. Look at the stone basin. You're just sitting here noting down H's ideas. Nice, yeah. Maybe hide somewhere in the venue for one night. Yeah. Just hide and then like whenever someone shows up to clean or something, you just run away. And just he tried spending a night on a bench in the woods one time, but the mosquitoes won and he went back home. Aw. Oh no, stupid mosquitoes. And yeah, the buses, I don't think that's really an option because most of the time they would tell everyone to get off at a certain point. Like they don't 24/7 drive around. There would always be a point where the driver would have to return to the station or something like that. And they won't go to the station with someone like with someone in the back, right? Go camping, yeah. Camping is an idea, right? Okay, the stone is cracked in places, but far newer than the ancient shapes that float above. You suspect that the citizens of Sagas added the basin to make the triangles look less out of place. Okay. Examine the smallest triangle. The tiny object spins slightly faster than the others. The more you stare at it, the more you sense a growing presence in the air, the icy regard of distant eyes. You blink, swaying. In the half second before you open your eyes, you hear the thunderous crack of wood on wood and the rumble of distant voices. You snatch your hand from the triangle. Ah. They go to the station here too, but midday you have a shift where they don't go to the station, just switch drivers. So new guy runs and jumps on the bus while the old one throws himself on the road. No. Oh no. We'll have to check other options. So far you spent 10 minutes looking into it, so you only got promoted / well, expensive options, yeah. I mean, yeah, you'll have to think about it. It would be nice though, seeing people. You have to wait to see if flying from Poland will even be possible starting tomorrow. Why is that? Why would it not be possible? Are they changing? Is it like COVID restrictions or something else? Maybe driving to Berlin will be an option. Maybe. No? During COVID, your government changed working conditions for flight controllers. Okay. They always worked in pairs to make it more safe. Well, that sounds fine. In theory, right? During COVID, they changed it to one person. Oh, wait, they always worked in pairs, but during COVID, they changed it to one person and lowered the paycheck by 20%. Why lower the paycheck? You would think that if you're gonna lower it to one person, as in making that one person more, like you're relying more on one person and you're paying them less, that's like, I don't know, that's stupid. You started to fire any person who started reporting any errors in the system. What even? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, we want it to work worse. Most of the flight controllers' contracts end tomorrow. Yeah, then I can definitely understand that they would be like, yeah, we're not working in these conditions. Yeah, power to them. Why would they? That's such a stupid thing. Like, I get that you'd maybe reduce it to one person during COVID, just because, well, infections are possible and all that, but even then, it should only be a temporary thing, and especially you would still pay more, I imagine, because of those circumstances. You wouldn't pay less. Working conditions in the new contracts are even worse? What? Any flight in Poland or over Poland may not be possible starting tomorrow. 20% cut was the controller's idea instead of cutting the staff to one person, but the government took both. That... What? Who is working in your government that they're so... just dumb? Like... That's the stupidest... Do they think like, ah, yes, this will make us more money in the end because we'll have to pay them less, right? So it will make us more money. So we have one less person and we pay them less. So we'll make more money. And then you're like, well, but then the person that's working there will leave. And no one else will want that job because it's not good. The ruling party is the worst government ever, like ever in history of Poland. Oh no. But they still have a stable 30% of support? How? That always surprises me. That people just continue to support a bad government. I have a similar thing here in the Netherlands, so it's not that bad. Like, I don't think the government is doing a good job, but people still support them. And I'm like, but why? They give money... They give away money to the elderly and people who don't want to work but have kids. So basically they're buying votes. I mean, money to the elderly... I don't know, that's fine, right? If the elderly... require that money to live, then that's fine. The people who don't want to work, I can get it more if the people can't work. But I prefer it to just be like everyone gets a base income or something like that, rather than just systems specifically for certain groups of people. Basically the buying votes. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, to me it's like you can't have those good things outweigh the amount of hopeless decisions that they've made. If that makes sense. If they make terrible decisions overall, then it doesn't matter that they make a couple of good ones. They should make good decisions overall. It shouldn't just be like, well, I know they did all of this awful stuff, but they did this tiny good thing, so that's good, right? No. It should be more like this amount of good and then this bad. Like, it's okay to have a government sometimes mess up. It happens. People are human. But, like, I don't know. Was a historical election last weekend. The evil lost, but is not gone. Highest participation since independence, and every region voted for the same party. Oh, interesting. The worst you have right now, young single middle-aged males who work or have their own businesses, they get no perks but all of the taxes. Yeah, that's awful. But that seems to be the case in a lot of countries where the like single working people get the worst out of it, like the middle class kind of situation, or it's like the gets hit the hardest, usually because it's the biggest group, but that also means it's the biggest group that will eventually rise up and be like, what the fuck. Okay, let's get back to the game. Study the medium-sized triangle. Staring at this triangle is disorienting. The longer you stare at it, the more you feel a tight, coiling sensation in your own head. Standing on your toes and stretching, you manage to brush the triangle's icy face with your finger. The air thickens like a weight around you, and you struggle to keep your eyes open. Between the thumping of your heartbeat, you hear thousands of purposeful, rhythmic footsteps treading endless stairs towards the peak of a vast, echoing room. Okay. Haircutting time? Nice. I have a good haircut, I guess. I hope it goes well. Touch that large triangle. I'm sure this can't go wrong, right? This can only go well. You reach out and time slows. Your hand drifts past individual motes of light to dappled dust, moving into the warm glow of the large triangle. Calm warmth bleeds up your arm when you grasp the edge of the triangle. It's somehow rigid and flexible at the same time. You blink and a strip of light unwinds ahead of you, like a path through infinite murmuring dark. Behind you is an ever-shifting zoetrope of linked, motionless hues. It is your past, you realize, every second of it, every choice pouring out of you and trading away into the black. You open your eyes, you're back at the stone ring, still touching the triangle. All three of them are watching you. You blink again. The strip of light, the surrounding darkness, and in the valley between the slow pulses of your heart, you hear the murmurs of countless witnesses, the raised voices of your past and future companions, the heated condemnations of enemies you haven't met yet, and above it all, a trio of voices, one warm, one cold, and one dryly practical. They are speaking of a verdict, but you can't hear them over the din. Touching random things again? Yeah. Why wouldn't I? So let's see. Strip of light is showing darkness in the valley between the snow. Shout for silence so you can hear the judges, or ignore the voices and keep walking. Ignore the voices and keep walking. You stride on. Some of the innumerable witnesses cheer. Others angrily denounce you. It doesn't matter. Their voices fade into the darkness behind you, leaving you alone. The path unravels before your every step. Your past unspools behind you. Step off or stay on the path to see where it leads. Stay on the path. You follow the road casually. You look to your right and the path at your feet flickers, as if anticipating your new direction. Clearly, your choice is to find this road's course and not the other way around. You open your eyes. The three triangles hang in the air exactly as they did before, unmoving and silent. The vision is gone, and yet you can still feel the choices you've made curving away behind you like a string of jewels. You straighten, moving into the future breath by breath. You suddenly notice a message carved into the stone ring beneath the triangles. Judge yourself. As you watch, it slowly fades away. Okay. Touch. Okay, well, doesn't. I can't touch it again. Or at least I can't get the same vision again. So this Aidan Sitabo is doing some cool moves.
Why not?
Look at this guy. Claw of the Lorica. Piece of the Memora. Oh my god. So quick. So cool. The large, muscled man is practicing some form of martial art as you look on. He is wearing an old, white, rough-woven coat with the sleeves torn off, and the red bandana is wrapped tightly around his head. He seems to be moving much faster than his size suggests is possible. He glides between stances as swiftly as water. His fists are blurring hammers, striking at invisible enemies. His bare, calloused feet snap and slash at the air like knives. Where did you learn to fight like that? By challenging the deadliest creatures and studying their killing blows, he says. I lack claws or teeth, but I do the best I can. You're very fast. Yes, Aidan says. The Drebel's gift. His hand slips around an invisible assailant's arm. He snaps it with a stab of his elbow, then crushes his enemy's throat and flips him over the shoulder to the ground. Gisanta Mare! He shouts, spinning over the invisible adversary's corpse to deliver a triangle of jabs to the chest of his next attacker. The entire set of moves took no longer than 4 seconds. He catches you staring and smiles. You must be wondering why I'm shouting. Yes. I'm not surprised. I must look like a lunatic, he says before spearing his opponent's jugular with 3 fingers. Cante trust. It helps me focus my breathing, my strength and will. It reminds me of how weak I once was, and how strong I've become. Years ago I was a starving beggar. I managed to steal a wedge of pie crust and was terrified that someone else would take it from me. So I hid inside that metal structure over there to enjoy my feast. Bite of the hidden queb, he says, clawing his enemy's eyes. The stale crust crumbled into pieces between my eager fingers, and something strange happened. They drifted towards the ground like the softest of snowflakes. I was able to pluck each of them from the air before they fell. At first I was delighted, then I wept. How far had I fallen that clean food was a miracle? He sighs, then delivers 4 more blows to the air's belly. But the miracle never ended. The longer I lived in that shelter, the more I could slow the world by concentrating. I swore to never waste this gift. I would honor it by becoming stronger, faster. I would challenge the predators of the world and take their killing blows from them. I would never be prey again. Gosh, stomp. Huh. I must look like a lunatic. That's everyone here. No worries. Yeah, exactly. Everyone is a lunatic here. Have you seen a 10-year-old dark girl with dark curly
I'll remember
hair?
that.
Yes, he says, bowing his head. I've seen her, crawling out of a fissure in one of the collapsed houses in this district. She's likely hiding, but I did not pry into her affairs. I'm faster than you. You're not the first to think so, he says casually, snapping an assailant's neck. I should warn you that all the others are dead. That's not a threat. I only fight to the death. Okay. He flings the invisible corpse aside. Before I accept your challenge, I'll need to see if you're good enough to face me. His fist lashes towards you. Dureless kiss. A A slow punch first. Some challengers are braggarts, but they don't deserve death. You bat his fist aside and aim yours at his nose. He lowers his head, dashing your knuckles off his forehead. I underestimated you, he says, an odd light in his eyes. That won't happen again. Tell me when you're ready for the next round. I don't know if I want to fight to the death, to be honest. I probably will not survive. I'm ready for the next part of your test. So am I, he says, nodding gravely, but prepare yourself. I will not hold back this time. The Dabir's assault. He launches a two-handed blow at your face. Faster now, but not deadly. Parry and counterattack. Oh my god. You lunge into the attack, driving your arms up between his fists and pushing them apart. One hand whips around the back of his neck and pulls him into range of your forehead. Crack. He stumbles back, blinking, smiling. You're ready. Have I passed all your tests? You have, he says. But I will remind you one more time. This will be a fight to the death. He draws 1 foot back, settling his weight on it. His hands come up and draw apart, tightening into fists. Are you certain you want to do this? A short fight, 1 kick at full speed is deadly enough. Okay. So let's see if I can fight this guy. Very well, the challenge has begun. He regards you with the serene eyes of a predator, chest rising and falling. A warm wind tumbles across the stones between you. He flows with it, spinning away from the ground. His foot slices towards your head in a blur. Time slows as if the universe is holding its breath. Press a turn kick. Fist of the Lost cast off. Oh my god. You lunge beneath his scything foot and slam your fist into his throat. He stumbles gracelessly to the ground, choking. Time resumes, flowing through you, and you feel some of Aiden's inhuman speed melding with your own reflexes. You have won, Aiden says. When he has regained some of his breath, finish it. I've gained a speed pool. Well, thank you for the follow, Tobrito. Welcome, welcome. And rob this world of your talent? Never. I see, he says, lowering his head, troubled. Perhaps I should have shown my other opponents the same mercy. Instead, their talent is lost forever. He staggers back up his feet and resumes training. Are you going to be challenging everyone me to daring duels? Never mind, don't tell me, I want to be surprised. I do thank you for not robbing the world of his talent. This square is a better place for the sight of him jumping about and flexing.
Fine.
I guess so, yeah. Loss of self? What kind of name is that? This young woman clutches herself and growls, low and continuously, under her breath. Pearly white light shimmers from a vial on her wrist, and her eyes are red-rimmed, as if she'd been crying. You've never seen her before, and yet your hands are sweating, and your breath catches in your inherited chest. Shame burns your throat, hot and sour. Your body recognizes her, even if you do not. This isn't you. Only I am real. You don't need to fight me. Leave me alone, she mutters, and it's a moment before you realize she's not talking to you. You took my face, stole my family, whispered me in my own voice. Isn't that enough? Isn't that... She breaks off when she sees you. She's in my head, and she won't shut up. Talk loud, talk over her so I can hear you. You hear a woman in your head? Yes, she says, biting the word like an enemy's throat. I stop talking about her. It brings her forward and she clings. She whines and she won't stop. So please stop talking about her. I'm not some woman. I am you. Please let me in. What? But I want to hear about the woman in your head. No, every time I think about her, she inches closer to me. And pulls on my arm. Stop asking about her, please. Oh, this is the shining object you're holding. She flinches but reveals the vial strapped to her wrist. It glows with an inner light, and the tiny ripples within seem to cast moving shadows on her palm. I woke up one night in a building I'd never seen before, she says, soft and low. I found this beneath a pile of blackened scales. If you shake it, it makes a picture. Watch. She jiggles the vial and holds up her other hand. Indistinct shadows mimic the motions in her palm. Why are you holding on to it? Because I feel like it was mine, she blurts, then grimaces as if the words escaped without her permission. At any rate, it's mine now, and I don't need more reason than that. It's mine. I don't need more of a reason than that. What? Okay. I want to ask about something else. Describe Rin.
I'll remember that.
The little girl? I've seen her crawling into that ruined house over there. I've been worried about her. She gives you a wry grin. I've had my own problems lately. What about the woman in your head? She growls under her breath but does not respond. Fighting only hurts you. Let it go. Let it go. No. Okay. So I can't really do much with that, it seems.
Go.
Why is everyone so weird? So weird.
Let's go.
The most distinguishing feature of this tall, vaguely awkward man is the yellow shirt he wears. He seems desperate to fade back into the scenery. When he sees you notice him, he gives you a faint, uncomfortable grin. Something about him seems off, as if he were a flicker in the air, or strangely two-dimensional. He does not seem to emit a sense of presence at all. Why can't I sense you? Skist, he mutters. Yellow shirt fades away, and then the skin, muscle, and bone. What remains is a vaguely humanoid shimmer. Hi. I am Isk, Erin, a transdimensional projection from a distant past. The Apikos form, that is not the truth of me, trapped in this body, but I am not this. What's an Abikos? A ghost, transdimensional. It feeds. I only watch and learn. Can you affect this reality? Only words. Ghostly hands pass through you. Nothing touches. Only ideas. No physical energy conveyed. Where are you from? Distant past. Epochs ago. Tuning through time to see future. Overshot. It shrugs vaguely. Maybe next visit. How did you get to this place in particular? When casting through time, saw light, drawn to civilized thought, admiring physics. Oh, psychics. Okay then. Strange.
Yes, now.
Let's talk to O. Your eyes cannot focus on this person, whether male or female you cannot say, but it hums with a force that it both attracts and repels you. You feel a sense of amusement as its regard settles upon you. You speak with O, it says. You have tasted the truth in the form of Machine lubricant. You have contemplated the totality of human existence. Speak quickly and true. The world slows around you. The being has no mind to speak of. Where there should be thought, you instead sense only a deep, endless hole threatening to swallow your own mind. Who are you? I am O. You might call me an ultra-terrestrial. Though I am far more, I am from beyond space, behind time, above your comprehension. Your mind has chosen this form for me. I am content to exist in this structure, but know that I exist also outside of your subjective experience. Some might describe me as a superpositional extraction of fundamental universal laws made tangible. What is going on, guys? What is going on? It gestures languidly, and you understand perfectly. I am a word made flesh, a letter, at least, a concept covered in false skin, infinitely malleable, essentially unknowable. What does it mean to be a word? I was, am, will be. I see into the infinite past, into the illimitable future. When the cosmos erupted into a sea of light, I saw it. When the mechanism winds to a sad and creaking end, I will weep. At the moment the great wings of death enclose creation, I am the last vestige of dust, frozen, forever perfected. Sure. What are you doing here? I'm here to see the final attempt at entry by the adversaries. I'm here to offer a vision to Leto. What? Did you say this was the final attempt at entry by the adversaries? The adversaries thought to peel through realities, to devour this world as they have others. They have never lost. This world is their first taste of defeat. Within themselves, the eaten cores of their victims begin to stir. The adversaries will cease to exist in any meaningful form within a millennium if they are stopped here. This is an inflection point. If the warriors here succeed, the adversaries do not rise again for an eon, so it is written. You said you'd come to offer a vision to Leto? She is prescient. She is the mother of empires. The adversary's presence has polluted her vision, and she has strayed from the page. I am here to reunite her with the truth. I do not intervene, but this story was true. And so it is true, and so this is not an intervention. The vision will come when you have left the city. I don't even know what's going on. Where did you come from? You would not understand. Let me show you. Its eyes widen, expanding to fill the room. Your vision, your consciousness, and you tumble into a starry immensity. Swirls of nebulae twist and knot, and in the hearts of these stellar clusters roar hungry vortices. You tumble helplessly into a myriad of them at once, torn apart and reformed in an instant, a being of pure light and will. You find yourself standing in the fifth eye again. Your nose is running and tears streak your cheeks. You wipe them away nimbly and you realize your hand is streaked with blood. So I took 1 damage, but we also gained more intellect. Too much information, too much knowledge. Had I shown you more, the energies that bind you together would have failed. Right. Thanks. A moment. None here will know of our conversation. None will know its nature. None see me, nor will they recognize any sign of me. Even in this remarkable place, they cannot know. But I give you a gift, cast off, and God and woman. For yours is a true story. It is welcomed into the world. It was born from desire, and will end in... But no, I do not tell your fortune. Light envelops you, and when you open your eyes, O is gone. You permanently gain 4 health pool. That was good. So we gained 4 max health and 1 max intellect. Very nice. There's a ghostly woman here. You draw closer, but the wispy form of the woman in the booth does not clarify. You can hardly discern the details of her ghostly face, and you hear a chorus of whispering female voices that swarm around her like chance moths. Listen to the whispers? They brush against your mind just below the level of conscious thought. You hear them, but not with your ears. You can only make out snatches of the whispers in your mind. You killed me, created me, never wanted to die. Study her face more carefully. You peer more closely at her, and she takes no notice of you. Her features are those of a teenage woman, leaving childhood behind. Hello? She has been ignoring you, but without a transitional state, her face is suddenly and furiously focused on yours. Another flicker, and her hands wrap around your throat. Ghost or not, her fingers are very real, and they are choking the life from you. Let the ghost strangle. Okay, so I can try to escape, or or I can just let the ghost strangle me. There you go. This is fine. Her fingers dig deeper. She's not just compressing your trachea, she's tearing your throat out. You choke and cough, drowning on your blood, but she's latched inside you, and the last thing you see is a rage-twisted face.
I'm hurt.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt.
Yes.
Hi? Hi there. It's the same ghostly woman who strangled you, but the fury is gone from her face, replaced with confusion. She looks around, her gaze falls on the large machine and lingers there. Finally, she notices you. She steps forward, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Where are we? Do you know? How do I know that machine? It frightens me and I don't know why. I think we're in the labyrinth, a construct of my mind. Don't you know? She looks around her again, mostly at the machine. It's strange, but there is something familiar about this place, though I recognize almost nothing in it. I do remember one thing. She puts her hands to the side of her head. I was angry, enraged. She turns on you. I don't know how, but there are women like me born throughout the city, repeatedly, against their will. My memories are flooding back to me like flies. What drove them away? Why you? Who are you? She shakes her head. I don't know. I can't remember. I know I'm not really here. I'm just a memory, but something is forcing me into existence. Or not me, but people like me.
Making a note.
She takes your hand in hers. It's wrong. I don't know how I know, but... She looks away, lost in her own thoughts. When she turns back to you, there is more certainty in her voice. Find them. The woman becoming like me, or already like me. Maybe I'll remember more. Maybe we can do something. How do I find these women? They are in the real world, in sagas. You may have even met them without realizing it. I only have vague impressions of them. I know that one of them is a leader. She has sacrificed much of her life and so gained life in return. She shakes her head as though to clear it. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more than that. Okay. A leader, huh?
Go.
So we got strangled, but that's fine. Apparently that
Yes.
was no problem, because we're not really dead. Or well, strangled isn't. Technically she ripped my throat out, which is a bit more than just strangling. Am I glad you came out of that door? The thing just showed up. I didn't know what to expect. Do you know who the ghostly woman is that in that fathom? He shakes his head. Don't know anything about that one. That way is blocked. He shrugs. It's not surprising, really. It's your mind, not mine. Most likely she's just a lacuna, a construct of your buried memories. Either that or she's a reflection of someone you met in real life. Whoever or whatever she is, she probably isn't real. You're the only one with that distinction. He chuckles to himself, and me by extension. Okay.
All right.
Well, let's go back to life then.
Yes.
Come back to pay life a visit? I knew you would.
I'm glad my companions didn't seem to mind that I got murdered there. Alma's the Soul Keeper. For a moment you're not entirely sure if you look upon a construct or a human. The plastic sheen of this pale man's skin suggests artificiality, but if he is a construct, he is so cunningly constructed, so close to the human baseline, that the illusion is nearly perfect. Except his head is a trifle too large. His eyes black buttons. Then you realize the truth. He is a visitant, his home many millions of miles distant. Almas, my name. Okay. What can you tell me about yourself? He lifts his great head slowly and fixes you with a dolorous gaze. I am Almas. I am the keeper of souls, last of my kind, only survivor of a civilization that spanned time and space. Now they are gone. Their stars black. Reality's winds carry me. He turns his head back towards his drink. What happened to your people? The highest caste of power controlled we minds, ideas, for all souls of empire. A great web we wove, shining with power, but other nodes they winked away, until only I remained. His fingers drum on the tabletop. An image of my people I carry, but no place to make it real. Our domain, lost, I, alone, and paralyzed with indecision and fear. Did I destroy them? I was not discontented, or was I? How did your civilization die? A doubt arose. It took seed, took flight. These thoughts connected to our network. These questions spread like disease. Trust, mistrust rooted. Nodes decored. Without nodes, without control of dreams, the civilization falls, and then they are gone. I alone remain. How did you get here? He looks around. Not my time, not my place, yet. When the connection to home broke, a beacon shone, here. 5 minds drew me. A light in darkness. They were not a light to understand. They were safety, surety. While a new home I find, in this place I have clear thought, untarnished. What was the doubt that destroyed your civilization? I do not know. Do not recall. I know, I recall. I know you know. I do. Yes, it was my doubt. Mine. My question. I asked only, what if our way is not best? What if our people have desires of their own, ones that we do not give? He places a single hand across his eyes and then slowly slides it away. The others began to see and question. Questions gave way to self-doubt. Self-doubt gave way to self-hate. I wanted only to know what is best. How do we become better? Not to tear us down, but I shone a bright light on behavior, on truth. But our center could not hold under truth. His wet, terrified eyes fixed on yours. Was I to blame? Is civilization's end affixed on me? In dreams I see their faces, but not their minds. Tell me truly, is the fault mine? You are blameless in this. He shakes his head. You seek to console. I do not believe. I'm not trying to console you. Your doubts could not have taken root if they hadn't already harbored their own doubts. Perhaps this is true. But what good are we if we share the same doubts? Better for us to find a new way, a new world. He pulls his hands apart, and you have the sense of a vast network of power contained between them. He raises his hands before his face, and then he crumples his fist. The energy vanishes. I have severed the last connection, the last hope. If they exist still, they must exist without me. Let me be forgotten. No more, he whispers. No more. He drops his head and weeps. Aww. Aw, poor guy.
Fine.
I think we helped him somewhat. The young woman wears finely polished armor and paces back and forth restlessly on the walkway. Her long hair is lustrous and healthy, and her whole form exudes a wholesome vitality. When she sees you, she raises her voice in greeting. Also, there's a lot of people in this bar that I can talk to. So we might be here a bit. Welcome, friend, to the Fifth Eye. She strides closer to speak more softly. You come at an exciting time. I have been trying to convince some veteran warriors of their eminent suitability to join the endless battle. So far they have rebuffed me, but perhaps you can succeed where I have failed. What can you tell me about the endless battle? Much as it sounds, she says. It stemmed from a rift between the changing god and one of his offspring and has endured for hundreds of years, raging over the same battlefields using the deadliest technology of the ancients. The landscape is scarred and pitted beyond recognition. The walls between dimensions are thin there. Every day horrors cross into our worlds. She stands, arms akimbo. Whereas in recent years the struggle has expanded. Nearby settlements, founded to provide material support for the combatants, were existing there long before the two sides came to rage on their borders, have been engulfed by the spreading chaos. She frowns. It's not too late to change the course of battle, if only warriors of proven mettle would join the fight. That's why I'm here. That's why I beg for your help. A glorious conflict. So many have grown stronger in its wake. Tell me about yourself. I am Clarion. I seek strong warriors, brave souls to fight the endless battle, to hold back the advance of the enemy. What side are you recruiting for? The changing gods. He has always been the patron of Saga's cliffs. Perhaps he would not exist if not for his lives and his cast-offs. Certainly we would not be as we are. But that is not the only reason. The changing gods' forces have allied with the towns and villages of the Fraxulian Waste. We seek to prevent the endless battle from expanding beyond its borders, growing in size once again. The enemy has attempted to sweep across the plains before. They tricked the changing god's allies centuries ago, destroyed an army of Sand Knights, and took half the settlements in the wastes. We won't let them do that again. Who's the enemy you're fighting? The armies of the first cast-off. They have never been friends to the people of Saga's cliffs, she frowns. The first cast-off is long dead, but still her forces hold a grudge against her sire and his patron city. Okay. If I help you, will I get a reward? Of course. I'm not a wealthy woman, but I have allies in the city who are. The more veterans you convince to join the battle, the more you will be paid. Can you tell me anything about those veterans you hope to recruit? They have fought in countless battles and emerged victorious. They've made decisive forays that turned entire wars. They are clever and thoughtful, though I know only their reputation. The third inversion, for instance, saw them reach into a new dimension, and I won't bore you with the details, but they were integral in an offensive that would have changed the course of that conflict. You know what? I'm fine.
Here I come.
Oh my god, there's so many more. Oh, Lito is here. Wait. Lito, we heard your name before. Though this woman's face is young, she has been beaten hard by the sun. She wears a tight-fitting skin suit under loose desert robes. Her eyes are a deep, unsettling black, with no whites to be seen. Occasional streaks of light race across them, flashing in the shadows of her hood like stars plummeting from the sky. I am Lito, she says. I saw your coming. Now you are here. Lito's mind is inscrutable. Your thoughts reflect back at you from 1,000 angles, like shining a light onto a mirrored ball. A being named O is here to give you a vision. It says you will be the mother of empires. She stares at you, her mouth opening slightly. Her eyes flicker across the bar, landing on no one in particular. I have not received the vision, and... A mother? Me? She shakes her head. I am barren. I will give no life. Barren, rather. Will give no life. She pauses. Her hands are shaking. She whispers. I see only a stain when I look at myself. Nothing more. A miasma clothes my vision of myself. How did you know I'd be coming here? Skeins of lives weave together in tapestry. Your thread glows. It emerges from the sky, and the great darkness follows in your wake. She waves a hand as if pushing through cobwebs. I have seen you. Where you go, that is beyond my powers. What can you tell me about yourself? Through the northeast, in the middle of the Lost Sea, there is a small town called Jerboa, dwarfed by the magnificence of the oasis of Maraiolios. Jerboa is a poor town dependent on the charity of its neighbor. She nods to the bartender and he refills her drink, floating a bottle through the air without touching it. I was born in the slums. The Jibra, residents of the city, would sometimes tour our ghetto. One of them saw my eyes and declared me touched by their god, Nikul. They taught me the deep secrets of their church and showed me how to comprehend the tapestry in my mind. But one day I saw a light flare in Sagus Cliffs. Though the city and mine suffer hostilities, I knew that I must brave the dangers, for I saw the darkening storm. She grips your sleeve. I see the futures. I will not be able to return home, but I arrived in time to aid Dama in his struggle against the adversaries. For a time I was able to read the strands to help our team prepare against the adversaries' attacks, but they learned to cloak themselves against me, and all I could see of their intent was a generalized darkness. I am of little use against the adversaries now, but I remain helpful against other foes. Can you tell me anything about the people I travel with? About Eurytus. Yes, tell me about me. She frowns at him and pokes a finger at the golden glow that surrounds him. She snatches her finger back as if burned. His future is bright, but short. After a long moment he bursts out. What, was that it? I expected to hear something about fighting Sarax or leaping heroically onto a flying vehicle and wresting the controls from its savage pilot. I do like to fly, you know. I'm a very good pilot. That's the kind of thing I want to hear about. The faintest touch of a sad frown at the corner of her mouth is her only response. Tell me about Tibir. For the gallow glass, I have only one prediction. Change your ways, or live with your regrets forever. Forever? It's a long time, my dear, and I'm told nothing lasts that long. She turns her head towards him and looks away, shivering. I have spoken. Welcome back, Sunburn. How was the haircut? Does it look okay? Did they shave it all off? What can you tell me about the people here? I know the stories of my comrades in arms, their past and their future. I have a deep bond with Ziob, a friendship with Cerberus. My respect for Dama knows no limits, and I have fond recollections of Feriok's ready wit. She shakes her head. I wish I could unravel the skein of perception and live in the present, as do so many others. But it is not to be, so I scramble across the web of time and know the threads of my friends. Can you tell me any stories about your friends? You didn't have one for 6 months, so it's a relief. I can imagine. Though I haven't had a haircut in probably over a year, but that's fine. I probably should have one soon again, if only to look okay for my grandma's birthday, perhaps. We'll see. Tell me about Dama. He is the lodestone, the hoverglass, the light that lifts and the rope that binds. His strength is our strength, and through him we become stronger. He is the caller, the bringer, the tactician and the strategist. He brings us to this place, and in the future he is gone. She does not see you as she speaks. The unseen adversary claims him, unless... No, the probabilities are too low. She shakes her head and brings herself back to the present. Is he still here? She slashes a glance towards the man in a blue shirt and breathes a sigh of relief. Oh. The issue you have is that when your hair gets longer, it starts getting curly at the ends. The longer it gets, the curlier it gets. Yeah, I have that a little bit, but not enough to really matter, especially with this length. Because then it just starts straightening under its own weight. Let's see, Feriok. A seer of pain and love, a great light, his powers speech and attraction, an empath, a weaver of hope and reconciliation. The story I love most is this: an angry citizen comes, threatening violence, and Feriok eats his pain and makes a new man in his place. In those old strands, Feriok is my friend. And you mine, Lido. Oh, nice. Tell me about Zio. She gives herself too little credit. During the Cobalt breach, she erects a shield around her company and fires precise bolts of telekinetic rage into the attackers. She destroys their inhuman captain, hurling him from the walls into deep dark space, and then dismembers the attackers who have come for me. In that day, she is my hero. She is the only one of us who can touch the physical world so completely. And when Dama dies, she stands to unite us. No, wait, this isn't real, not yet. She slaps herself lightly and mutters, "Walk in this world, Lido, this world alone." Okay. Tell me about Theberos. He follows the trail of the worlds of Kra. He finds the dead village. In his mind he seals the words, and they chew him to pieces until his brain has lost their knowledge altogether. She looks across the bar to the old man. No, that is a past possibility. That is not this reality. His mind is still intact. His stories still resonate. Is this the world in which he buries the last of the words of Kra? She shrugs. But he is the man who helps plan our battlefields. He shapes our expectations. It is he who brings the first adversary low. It shows him a story, and he tells it a better one. It bows to his vision before it knows his strength, and he traps it. He is a hero to this reality, although he knows it not. Okay, then, what can you tell me about the adversaries? She spits on the ground. I waste water speaking of them. I do not know what they are, but I know what they represent. They are the death of possibility, an existential threat to humanity. They sweep minds into themselves, consume individuality, and worship power. And they have learned to counter mine. I am helpless against them.
Yes.
Right then. There's so much text in this game. The bartender is a tall, powerfully built man with a nut brown skin and a bushy beard. He radiates strength and confidence. He moves with speed when necessary and remains almost motionless the rest of the time, like a predator waiting to leap. Yet even when he prepares a drink, he doesn't touch a thing. His brow furrows slightly and the bottles and glasses lift by themselves. When he sees you, he smiles broadly. Welcome to the Fifth Eye, friend. I'm Fariok. Fariok's mind is a careful blank. You can't read anything from him. Can you tell me about this place? The Fifth Eye is a bar for psychics. At least it is now. In the prior worlds, near as we can tell, it was an old pumping station. All these pipes lead down to some reservoirs deep beneath the city, and they pump whatever it is in the reservoirs up here. Laughs. Anyway, some damn fools started drinking from the pipes, and some other fools started in too. Some of them died, but some got drunk as hell. After a few whiles, vague enough for you, they got pretty good at figuring out which were safe and which weren't. And that's when they figured they'd start making money off the place. Reason psychics flock here is because the building dampens out the psychic noise of the city. He grins. The drinks help too. Fariok means to say that he is only involved in the delivery of these drinks, rather than their creation. Given his skills, this is only right and proper. He throws a hand across his forehead. I have been belied by this desert-dwelling interloper. You said this bar is for psychics. What does that mean? Means that this place is where psychics can unwind, get away from the city, get away from the noise. You know what it's like to be psychic? Yes, I can read your mind. Or, well, minds. Not his, actually. Let me paint a picture. Imagine every time you're going to sleep, someone comes in and starts screaming in your ear, or objects in the room start whispering about how they want to burn. Or they might tell you their secret names and how to make them float and dance at your command. Or maybe every person you meet is like a house with all its doors and windows thrown open, and you can't help but look in to plunder their secrets. And underneath it, all you can hear is their silent judgments, the truth they hide even from themselves. He pauses to concentrate on a floating cloth as it wipes a mug clean. Then a mug places itself on a rack. Folks think that it's a blessing to have these powers, and sometimes it really is. Especially when you can join your friends to make something great, but he shrugs. It can be hard, hateful, and you can never tell where when you're going over the edge of insanity. I'd like a drink. You're in for a treat, friend, a real treat. Assuming you call the possibility of a toxic reaction a treat, of course. He points at the various pipes on the walls. We've positively identified some of these as safe. Smaller subset here are as inebriants or hallucinogens. We've got a few that are, well, chancy, as in sometimes they kill people. Cost for a safe drink is 3 shins. Experimental ones, those are 10. I don't want to buy a drink, actually. I don't have a lot of money. So there's still people I haven't talked to, but let's actually maybe do a quest, okay? First quest of the game. Something like that.
Action! Here I come!
Wait, did I just go all the way around? Yeah, I did. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Such a dum-dum.
Yes.
So if I go back up here, we can talk to the guy whose airship was stolen by your companion.
Eratus, Eratus, Eratus. Yes, Eratus? I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if there were 3 of us.
I'll remember that.
He breaks off when he sees Eratus standing near you. Him! That's the thief. Thief? Never stolen anything in my life. I've borrowed, certainly, but always with the intention of returning the item to its proper owner. Though I must admit I haven't always been entirely successful. I demand compensation. My vessel, my source of livelihood, snatched by this vagrant. He stares hard at the oblivious glaive. I require justice. I will take it in the form of service. Can I pay off his debt? Certainly, though you'd be responsible for the cost of the airship's current value, filing fees, and assorted labor. 300 shins and not one less. She wouldn't have it, I'm sure, but by the gods, that's what this thief cost me. Maybe we can settle on another option? What then? Is there any other way we can resolve this? I would prefer that the guilty party makes amends, but I would accept monetary compensation for the losses. I doubt the young thief has the money at hand,
I'll
however.
remember that.
He pries at the bridge of his nose with ink-smudged fingers. I'd consider bringing the matter of compensation before the council clerk, but we've had a number of arguments in the recent past. I doubt he'll help me. That four-eyed bastard won't pick up a pen without grease for his wheels. Damned if I'm giving him any. I'll speak with him. Really? He says, his eyebrows climbing. Well, good luck. The gentleman is somewhat difficult to deal with. You find the clerk outside Council Tower in Government Square. Ugh.
All right.
I guess we're just walking. Just walking. Time to start a fight with the government. Yeah. Down with the government.
Go.
Oh wait, this is the...
Of course.
This is not the place I wanted to be.
On it.
Oh, there's a book. Abhumans of the Sagas Protectorate. Abhumans. Well, I can take that and sell it.
Fine.
A small wireframe pyramid sits at the base, on a base of polished wood. Lying inside the pyramid is a dull sphere of silverish metal. Examine the sphere. Suspended in its wire cage, the sphere is almost perfectly sized to fit in your palm. The gaps in the wiry mesh are large enough for you to reach through, though not large enough to pull the sphere out. Examine the base. The base appears to be made from a slab of lurid red stone. On closer inspection, you recognize it as petrified wood of some kind. An inscription has been written on the base in front of the pyramid. Examine the inscription. The inscription is in an alien language. It has been burned into the wood and then filled with luminous substance. Though you know you haven't seen the language in your own short life as a cast-off, it still seems familiar. Okay. I'm gonna do this again. Save. Try to recall the language. Boom. A distant memory surfaces. You're standing before a large metal cylinder that looms a meter or two above your head. The cylinder is a time capsule of sorts, and you're convinced that what lies within is critical to your latest experiments. The problem, alas, is that the capsule is locked. and the only clue to opening it is a series of strange glyphs etched into its sides. Glancing around, you see dusty tomes, faded banners, metal scraps, and dozens of other objects, all featuring the same strange glyphs. You spent a lifetime collecting every trace of this language that could be found, and decades of study have finally led to this moment. You look upon the glyphs and you know their meaning. Stepping forward, you reach towards the cylinder, as prescribed by the etchings, and it flares to life. Shaking off the memory, you look down at the inscription and realize that its meaning is now clear. The crimson dawn greets the seeker, the violet dusk sees the search's end. Examine the frame. The frame appears to be fixed firmly in place. It's constructed of an organic material grown in a manner similar to bone or coral. Thinner, vein-like strands of the material wind across each of the triangular sides. Something strikes you as odd about it, but you can't quite determine why. Perception. Damn it. Try again. There you go. While examining the frame, you try nudging it gently, and it shifts in a most peculiar manner. You focus on moving the frame in various directions and discover that it can be easily lifted straight up off the base and lowered back down onto it. But it refuses to move laterally, even while being held in midair. Huh. That's a little bit strange. I don't need more points of intellect right
Yes,
now.
now.
Touch the sphere. Medallion is adept at rigging rolls. Who's to say the wheel is not rigged too? Wow. I would never rig the wheel. As you extend your hand towards the sphere, the thinner strands along the front side of the cage retract towards the thicker frame edges, creating an opening large enough for the spheres to fit through. Take the sphere. You pull the sphere out of the frame through the opening facing you, and it immediately begins to glow a scintillating blue. You pause a moment to make sure there are no other effects, then try to put it with the rest of your belongings. At some point during this motion, the sphere simply vanishes, only to reappear within the frame, once again a dull grey. Huh. Take it again. You pull the sphere out again, and once again it glows a brilliant blue before disappearing and returning to the frame. After a little experimentation, you discover that the sphere's position seems to reset whenever it moves beyond a particular distance from the device. As long as you keep it within that distance, as you are now, you can hold onto it. Take the entire device? The device is far too bulky to carry with you. As if reading your thoughts, Min looks over and shakes his head sadly while muttering something under his breath. The violet dusk sees the search's end. Put it back in the frame, I guess. As you place the sphere back into the frame, it changes to a vibrant orange color. It occurs to you that the sphere seems to respond to moving through the frame boundaries. Perhaps moving it through the other side will produce additional results. Bottom opening. The sphere changes to a shining yellow. Okay, so the inscription says the violet dusk, right? So the crimson dawn greets the seeker, the violet dusk sees the search's end. So I guess we want it to be crimson and then violet. Left opening is red. Right opening orange. Blue. Green. Yellow. It goes from green to blue. This is orange. violet. So if we do wait. Indigo. Dull orange. Violet. Red. Violet. So this is red. And it goes indigo, blue, orange, violet. So does it need to be a certain order? So we start with red, orange, the front is violet, so red, orange, yellow, green, blue, wait, I am getting confused here. So blazing orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. Wait, violet. Dusk. So not... No, it does say deep violet, right? Deep violet. So it should be indigo as well. Maybe. Oh my god, I'm just getting so confused. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo. Bad shit. Okay. Orange. So I'm thinking of going through the colors in a way that makes sense. There you go. The sphere deepens to a deep violet hue. You're carrying too many ciphers and have received cipher sickness, fatal. The sphere flashes with a blinding light. When your vision returns, the sphere is back in the frame and in your hand is a strange object. Dance of sharp angles. Summons a phased humanoid husk to fight alongside you and confers phased on the user. Converts all damage to transdimensional and grants plus 30% evasion and plus 3 resistance except transdimensional dealt to this character is plus 100%. So plus 3 resistance except transdimensional damage dealt to this character is plus 100%. Okay then.
Absolutely.
So if I go to ciphers. So we have a couple. We need to sell some of these. Like the gravity bomb, for example. Because right now, -2 intellect pool. Oh no! But I need my intellect.
I'm always ready.
This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried, but alive with intelligent humor. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. She's back. I wonder what brings her here now. I recognize you, he says. It's been 10 years? I don't think we ever spoke. You were the one visiting Sally Mary all the time, right? Working on some sort of organic machine technology? I've never been here before. Oh, he says, frowning. Still, his eyes linger on you, trying to remember where he's seen you before. What brings you to the Order of Truth? It's certainly here, her. Am I wrong? Or is there more going on than I'm aware of? Can you tell me about your work? Huh, he says, shaking his head. That's a big question, even on the best days. I specialize in mechanical Numenara, intelligent or not, but I haven't had much time for research since I started managing our branch of the Order. What is the Order of Truth? Good question. He chews his lip for a moment, framing his words. We live on the surface of a vast labyrinth of layered ruins, packed with relics and artifacts. Windows into the past. Some people are content to find them, use them, and sell them. He grins. But not the Order of Truth, not the Aeon Priests. We want to understand the Numenara, study them, point at them, and argue about them. Now, in the West, the Order of Truth is much bigger than this little enclave. It's a vast organization led by the Ember Pope. Out there, our words turn the heads of kings. He shrugs. Around here, we occasionally get discounts on equipment from local vendors and a free cup of tea. Not that I'm complaining. Okay, well, let's talk about something else. Can I ask you some questions about mechanical Numenara? I would be incredibly grateful if you did, he says. Every other conversation I have revolves around how I'm ruining the Order or not doing enough to save the Order. He rubs his forehead with the back of his calloused hand. Please, ask me about wires and blinking lights. One of the foremen is trying to create offspring, and I was told the Order of Truth could help. Not the master foreman, I hope, he says with a disbelieving laugh. One of him, it is more than enough. This sounds like something that would interest Snurf quite a bit. And when you head back to the underbelly, tell Master Artisan I said hello. I've met a levy that's losing its mind. It wants to take a better year from its creator. It what? Min says. That's horrible. His gaze drifts to the air, and very, very fascinating. I could build something based on our machine that would trade a year of the citizen's life, assuming you were willing to pay 60 for the parts. And the citizen was willing, of course. Alternately, if you want to spare the shins of the day it would take me to make it, you could try building it yourself, he says, nodding his head towards the table near the machine loaded with parts. If you feel like a challenge. Ugh, I made it for free if I could, but no. The Order needs me and the money. I tried building it myself. I'm trying to repair a device known as a resonance chamber. You're what? Min gasps. I thought that thing was a myth. And you're trying to repair it? Where is it? Is that what she and Salamari were working on? I'd love to see that. In the dome in the Reef of Fallen Words. I'd rather not say. Ah, he says, his mouth twisting. Probably wise. Anyway, do you have a piece of machine with you? I have a shard of it. He handles the shard with care. Organic and crystalline. It was grown into the appropriate shape for the machine. This is definitely what Sally Mary was working on all those years ago, with her partner. He looks at you, his eyebrow raised, but does not say more. Reluctantly, he hands it back to you. It must be her then, but why lie? I'll ask Salimari about it later. Let's talk about something else. No, it's fine. I don't need to know more. Snurf. Let's talk to Snurf. Would doing the surgery also add a cipher to the counter? Is that different? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it would, but might be wrong. The visitant's mechanical fingers raise over the device before it, bending at bone-breaking angles. Blah blah blah. Tell me about yourself. Came from the bloom. I would imagine that you're curious about my people's reproductive processes at this point. I would happily describe them. What? I misunderstood. I catalogued the reproductive processes of various known life forms, and I assume that others find the topic as fascinating as I do. Right. One of the foremen is trying to transfer energy into its children, but they keep dying. Do you think you can help?
I'll remember that.
Absolutely, the visitant says, then pauses. I must regretfully ask for a small payment of 50 shins to cover my expenses. However, I am a guest here, not an Aeon priest. The city does not fund my research. Here's the money. Excellent, the visitant says. Now let me ask you a few questions about your situation. Do try to be accurate, or the device I craft will be less effective. First of all, as you know, this is an unusual case. Machine intelligences are rarely driven to create offspring. Why does the foreman wish to have children? It believes that the children already exist and are waiting to be born. Predestined existence, it says, recording your answer. An uncommon philosophy, but not unheard of. It also raises interesting questions about the reasons for the intelligence's infertility. Why can't it create offspring if it so obviously wants them? On to the second question. Has it had any success in transferring its energy to its children? How long does it take the children to expire? Almost immediately. Intriguing, says, taking another note. Final question. How are the foreman's intelligences stored? Void arrays, shielded ring of coils, or some other method? I have no idea. Some other method? The foremen are extremely old. Yes, the blessing and curse of the Numenara. Their size, so unique and therefore so incredibly difficult to study properly. To classify them as they deserve. I shall do my best regardless. At any rate, I should get back to work. This should not take long.
Remember that.
Here you are, Snurf says, laying a heavy cylinder on the table with a magnetic clink. In short, there's nothing wrong with the foreman's body, and it wants to have children. Therefore, something in the intelligence's governing spirit, the sub-intelligence if you will, must be blocking the energy transfer. The visitant pats the cylinder. Attaching this device to the foreman should disable the sub-intelligence's defenses. Good luck. Okay.
Of course.
Oh my god, it's so much talking. I really like the game. I really like the
Fair enough.
choices and all the people that you meet and how crazy everything is. But it is a lot of talking, and I don't know if it's a good stream game because of that.
I'm going.
Because it also means that not a lot happens, necessarily. We're just walking around talking to people. But I want to stream games, so, you know.
Eritus? I've been thinking. Have you had any other ailments? Fever?
Curse of D&D games, I guess.
Fever,
Yeah. I honestly do think people would find them interesting, but this is also one that
No.
isn't necessarily popular. Like, people know of it, but it's not really one you look for.
Sideways.
If that makes sense. This one is also shifted more away from combat too.
Here comes
Yeah,
the
you don't
boredom slayer.
actually have to fight much at all. Especially in the city. Maybe outside of the city there would be more going on.
My way.
Right, I need to go down. Wait, there's stuff here?
Let's go.
You played some Pillars, Rage Quit, and swore never to play any of the games again? Oh no. What
Yes,
caused that
now.
then, Age? Why were you so frustrated about it? His house was reduced to rubble when part of the cliff face collapsed. There's evidence that squatters have slept here recently. A ragged blanket, rotted fruit peelings, and footprints in the dust itself. Something scratches deep within the rubble. It sounds like someone or something is in there. Hello? The rubble makes no response. Dig deeper into the rubble. You crawl partway inside, pushing aside boards and a thin slab of slate. A small girl gasps, throwing up a hand to block the sudden light. She's young, no more than 10 or 11 years old. She's made herself as small as possible to fit inside the tiny gap in the rubble. Her hair is dark and curly. She pulls herself deeper into the rubble away from you. Why are you hiding in there? She puts a finger to her lips, then tries to shoo you away. You hear a voice behind you. I told you patience would pay off, lads. Oh no. Well, for one, people kept praising them for so many different options with variable results, which you tested and found not to be true. Yeah. Secondly, stories, scripted events, long swathes of stuff before anything happens. You couldn't be bothered anymore. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's similar in this game, right? There's just a lot of stuff where really not a lot happens necessarily. You talk a lot to a lot of people, but while they say a lot of things, in the end it's all like information, and it doesn't get you anywhere in the end. I do find that that's part of the like the more lacking aspect of these games, I guess. They do a lot of world building, which is good on one end, but it's done in a way that is, well, boring, I guess. There are ways to do world building without like tons and tons of text. And I do like the amount of world building. I like the different characters and the amount of dialogue and all that, but it just isn't. It's only good in small portions, and it just seems to be too much. Because the cult hit games made all their world building without any text whatsoever. A lot of them do, yeah. A lot of the most popular games don't really have a lot of text. Look at Minecraft. It doesn't really explain anything. It has tutorials nowadays, but it didn't. And even then, the tutorials are minimal. What else? Like, if you look at something like Portal, for example, there's voices. You're being told stuff, right, by GLaDOS. But that's also voice acting, right? and the dialogue isn't explanatory necessarily, but it is like world building in a weird third person sense, like talking about things, and then sometimes something pops up where you're like, wait, why did you say it that way? Or something like that. Shadow of the Colossus, yeah, same thing. There's Dark Souls or Elden Ring does that pretty well, but that's also like hidden in descriptions and things. But so it's a lot of figuring out how things work. It also seems that this world, the world they're creating, is very complex, or that's what it sounds like. There's all these words or terms being thrown around where it's like, oh, these people and those people and this group and those groups, and it's all fine and good that those exist, but it can also be daunting, because you can't remember all of it. You just can't. So it just seems like in one, like in and then out again, right? You hear it, or you read it, but you don't know it because it's too much. And if it's not going to stick, then why even bother? That's my point, is a bit like, if you want to explain stuff, it doesn't need to be all like fluffy and like, I kind of like the way they explain it sometimes, but it gets a bit much. One trick might also be unfamiliar species. Some games try to go for really unique aliens and keep ending falling short of the typical Ancients and Demons type games. Yeah. Like, they have a lot of interesting stuff going on, but then they also give them like the O character, right? Which is like, it's apparently a word made person or something like that. That was weird, right? There was a lot of dialogue there, and in the end, all I remember from it really is that I gained 1 intelligence score and 4 health for just talking to the thing. I don't remember what it said. It said some weird stuff about it being a word. It being like, and it knowing like futures or something. I don't know. Who knows? I swear I checked this hovel, says one of them. She wasn't here. No one was. How did this draft find her so easily? He gestures dismissively in your direction. Don't fret it, Bega. Suggs looks you up and down, then calls out in the direction of the rubble. Come on, little bird. Doesn't matter how good you are at hiding. You had to come out sometime. The girl huddles behind you, keeping you between her and the thugs. Even so, it's obvious she's not so sure about you either.
Don't let them take me, please!
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Sunburn. Why don't you want to go with them? One of the men interrupts. She's lost, he says. The little urchin ran away from her home. Her mother asked us to find her and bring her back safely. Is that true? No, she grabs your wrist. They're bad men. They want to steal me. Kidnappers? No, that's just crude. The man crosses his arms. We're delivery men, that's all. The means and motivations of our employers ain't none of our business. He sighs, dropping his facade. He turns to you with a look that pleads for understanding. But alright, yeah, there is a slaver who put a fine bounty if we bring her back. It's all legal and none of your business. As you stay out of it. Like I want to work for slavers, but jobs as scarce as it is. You can't take me. A grip on your wrist tightens. You found me. She has the discoverer's right. He raised an eyebrow, a bemused smirk playing on his face. Is that so? Well, Spider Jack, what do you say? Is she coming with us, or are we taking her from you? Was your bounty put up by Tolmagur? She asked me to find the girl. He wipes his face with one hand. Ugh, so it's a competition, is it? Well, that don't change anything. We gotta eat too. Let's say persuasion. Doesn't matter if it's legal. Slavery's evil, and you're part of it. Come on. Yeah. He mulls over what you said, scowling as he does. Skist, says. Finally. Fine, I'm out. He storms off, no longer looking you in the eye. She's right, damn it. Can't face my family after doing a job like this. There you go.
Oh God, thank you. They were going to take me back to that woman. I've never met anyone so cruel. When she found me the first time she even... My apologies. I'm still out of sorts. You have my thanks and grace, sir.
Sir? Sir? How dare you? It says my lady in the text. How dare you? For a moment it looks like she might hug you. But at the last moment she seems to think better of it and pulls up short a half-dozen steps away. She collects herself, standing straight with her shoulders back. Then she nods, a gesture so polite it's almost formal.
My name is Rin. My home and hearth and bread
Oh,
are
but
yours
we're
to
not a
use.
knight, though.
Except
At least I don't
I
think.
don't have any of those things.
How long were you hiding in that building? She blinks a little, as if confused or surprised at your question. Then she looks around, shifting nervously from foot to foot. This is my place. This is where I sleep. This is your home? She looks at the shattered wreckage. No, this is just where I was staying. I ran away. My home is a long way from here. Where are you from? She looks out at the horizon and makes a vague gesture. Really far away, but I'm not sure exactly which direction. She looks around a little, almost as if she were seeking a familiar landmark. It has to be a long way from here. My home isn't anything like this. There were trees upon trees. The trees here aren't trees like... The young girl squints off into the distance. After a moment, her eyes go distant and you realize she probably isn't going to finish her sentence. You were saying something about trees? She looks at you oddly. What? No, I wasn't. Without seeming to realize what she's doing, the girl brushes her hand through her hair, and you see the side of her head has been shaved. Large stitches run along her scalp, holding together an ugly cut longer than her hand. The wound is purple and angry looking, only just beginning to heal. Can't be more than a week old. What happened to your head? Her body grows tense for a moment, her eyes darting around as if deciding whether or not to run away. She glanced at the rubble where she was hiding from the thugs. She relaxes, though her eyes are still wary. I was running away. There were some people. Bad people. I ran away and got hurt. Who stitched your head back together? For just a moment, her eyes flash with panic again, and they dart around like she's getting ready to run. Then she touched the side of her head gingerly. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I got away, and I ran, and I ended up here. Your scar looks pretty bad, are you okay? She makes a dismissive gesture towards her temple. It's fine. It looks worse than it is, and a lot better than yours anyway, she smirks, touching the side of her head. The haircut is pretty awful though, isn't it? I don't think they really need to shave quite this much, do you? It's fine, exactly. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm having some trouble with my memory too, I know what it's like. She looks up at you for a long moment, and slowly lets her smile slip away. Without it, she seems even smaller. She nods gravely. At first it was pretty bad. I couldn't stay awake or stand up. Even talking was hard, but it's a little better every day. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast. And I forget things. She smiles bravely and touches the side of her head again, pressing with her fingertips. But it's a little better every day, she says again, in exactly the same tone as before, as though she doesn't realize she already said it. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast. And I forget things. There's a long pause. She stares at you blankly for a moment, her mouth open slightly. Suddenly her eyes lose their vacant look and a grin spreads across her face. I'm just kidding. I mean, I do sometimes forget things, a little, but that was a joke, she says, then blushes a little and looks down sheepishly. Aw. What people were you running away from? She opens her mouth, then closes it again. She nods and puts her hand back into her pocket absent-mindedly. I don't really remember. I think they were stealers. No, what's the word? Robbers. They wanted to rob me. Okay, is there anything I can do to help? She shrugs nonchalantly. I don't know. I'm pretty good here, unless you happen to have any spare food you aren't using, or water, or a blanket, or a new bed, or house, or, you know, anything at all. Rin starts out talking with a plainful smile on her face, but then her eyes well up. Her voice stays cheerful even as the tears are running down her cheeks. She wipes them away, embarrassed and angry, but her hands are shaking now, and there are more tears, and words continue to pour out of her. I offer apologies. It's just that I've been hungry for days. I don't know where I am. My head hurts and nothing makes sense. She laughs then helplessly, with a tinge of trembling panic finally bleeding into her tone. God's around me. I'm all broken in my head. The moon is wrong, and I'm so tired of being scared all the time. Give her a few shins. She blinks at the money in her hand, and then looks to you and gives a small, awkward curtsy. Thanks and grace, my lady, truly. Your story doesn't fit. Who fixed your wound and shaved your head? If you could hardly sit up, how did you keep running? She scowls at you fiercely. I didn't know I was talking to a judge, she says angrily. I told you I can't remember. Not for days on either side of whatever happened. She looks away, mouth pressed into a firm line. I'm sorry, Rin. I was just trying to help. It seems like you've had a rough couple of days. She gives a wavering smile. Oh, it's not all bad. I found some shimmery berries today, so that means I get to play. I wonder if this will be poison. I wonder if this will poison me later. That's always exciting. Sounds exciting, for sure. Let's talk about something else. Where are you from? What are you doing all alone? The girl looks up at you, her forehead creasing a little in irritation. My name is Rin. But then she hesitates and looks down, blinking. She reaches into her pocket absent-mindedly. Did I forget to tell her that? She stands there motionless for a second, then stops and looks up at you again. No, I think I did. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, she says. My name is Rin. My food and fire are yours to use before you go. It's not safe here. You should come with me. She looks at the tiny nook she was hiding in to back at you. Where are you going? Maybe we can find you a new home. Rin frowns at that, though she seems to consider your offer. But what about those thugs? What if somebody else comes after me, or after you? I'm not a fighter, I can't help you. It's dangerous whether you stay here alone or come with me. At least with me, you can learn to take care of yourself. I guess so. She sets her jaw then and nods. Alright, I'll do it.
I'll remember that.
Hooray!
If you're sure it's safe.
She has a polished rock. In every way that matters, this is a rock with a hole in it, yet Rin talks to it frequently. That is interesting.
Absolutely.
So now what do we do with this? Because it says bring her back to Tolmagur, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bring her back to some slavers. Examine the device. A jumble of mismatched parts make up this once functional generator. You notice a familiar Circinate symbol. Yeah, okay. +1 cipher limit cloak, can you take it? I don't know. Maybe? No. Cannot be unequipped. Only usable by Rin. So sad. So sad. Okay. Right. So the underbelly's
On
here.
it.
The gold tide represents charity, sacrifice, and empathy. It's the tide of people whose primary goal is to help others.
Aratus.
So where can I see the tides, though? Dominant tide, gold. Oh, there it is. People attuned to this tide consider the needs of those they care about to be greater than any other considerations. Martyrs, philanthropists, avengers, and guardians are often attuned to this tide. So apparently we're a good person.
Gladly.
According to that tide, at least.
Action! Here I come!
You don't even have a bonded rock and you call yourself an adventurer? I know.
All right.
Foreman. The foreman's flickering eyes focus on you as you approach, and an intermittent buzzing fills the air. You feel the air thicken and segment around you, as though invisible fingers are prodding at your belongings. You have brought the device from the Order of Truth, the foreman says at last. What is its purpose? It should bypass the part of you that is preventing you from creating offspring. Very well, the construct says. I am ready. I'm thinking like Hi Commander, how are you doing? Your assistant Tarnish doesn't want you to die. If you're gone, he'll have no one. Can't you find some other way to have children?
Updated my journal.
Your faint rhythmic clanking as though gears come loose in a distant ancient clock. He has served me more than well, the construct says at last, but softly. And he is not young. A sigh rattles from the mesh around its eyes. Perhaps I will wait, run more tests. I have nothing but time.
Yes.
Oh my god. So we don't need it in the end. Well then. Let's talk to Tarnish. Thank you for convincing my master not to go through with it, he whispers. He won't let this go, of course. Maybe there ain't a way to give his children life without killing him, but maybe this will keep him from doing it until long after I'm gone. Yeah, okay. Well, glad I could help. Doing good? Nice, nice. I'm doing well. We're trying to be a good person in this game. Succeeding decently well, I think. Somewhat. Let's see. Nicola, can I talk to you? So that's so this as well. Some extra money. So now we have 273.
I'm ready.
Okay, what do we have? So we have the cold calculating jack. Do we need to discover the location of the Changing God's Sanctuary from Mapper? Find women in the Sagas cliffs who are being transformed into copies of the ghostly woman. Bring Rin back to Tolmagur, which we're not going to do. Find the book Valinda claims borrowed, right? Track down the murderer. Resolve the situation between Vincent and his levy. Tell Lord Vuntken where the Stickers is hiding or find a way to help it escape. Return to Omaden with the evidence. Oh, right. I don't want to do that either. Sneak into the Sticker lair, steal their eggs. Don't want to do that. Acquire city official's badge from Sangolin. Settle the debt between Ertis and Master Renio. Clear out the peerless infestation. Investigate the victim's house in Cliffside. Oh my god, there's so many things. Okay, maybe we can, since we now know the voice or the language of these things, maybe I can talk to him. Human who speaks Stika. Attack mutters. Attack with speak. I found the Stickers in Cliff's Edge. It's hiding in the refuse heap and the humans want to kill it. Can you help? Looks at you for a long moment, almost as if it can't believe what it just heard. This weak outcast, not feed self, burden on broodmates, should be dead. The odor that rises from the Stickers is dry and musty. The scent of an insect corpse is curled on a windowsill. It's disgusting. Weak or not, it doesn't deserve to die at the hands of a mob. It's your kin. Oh my god, 25%. We did it.
Make it know.
Oh! I clicked through it. I didn't mean to do that.
Fine.
Nice. So we helped us escape, apparently. Oh, he's over here now. I should talk to it then. The deformed sticker sees your approach and it grunts and chitters with pleasure. The scent of newly unearthed stone surrounds it. Friendship, it signs. How are you now that you've returned to your native habitat? Stick up rootmates, not welcome. Scent anger, want dead. It shrugs, not dig Nell tunnel, not strong. Not treat, ignore, but smell. Dwells in its spikes and spiracles, inhaling, you mimic it and catch a faint tang of acrid gas. Something flammable, maybe. Mark tunnels, war not enter. Okay. So it just marks tunnels now for them. What are you eating down here? Bag food, old devices. Drink lightning from them. Points to the tidy pile of Numenara that sits nearby. You looking more closely, you see that they're mostly electrical power sources. Try keep clean. Is there anything down here I should know about? Not see, try survive. Okay.
Of course.
Well, at least they're fine, right? Let's go and talk to him again. Can we talk about Paseo again? Fish head person. Different grub. Shine strangely in Sticker's eye. Smell bad in mind. Much like other humans. Its hand tears a chunk from the wall. She asked me to retrieve her eggs. A heavy stone crumbles to dust in Chick-Tack's fists. Yes, knowledge. A heavy feeling like lightning about to strike on a hot summer day settles around you. Not trust. Fishhead grub destroys Sticker for no crime but feeding. Come on again to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Why? Where we go? Give reason to stop. You can move deeper beneath the city. Have been. Rock not good. Soft. Not efficient. Electric not strong. It leans back. What else? Oh my god. I can promise a regular tribute of power sources for your people from the city. Stickers leans forward, interested, and the scent of sparks rises. Why not offer this before? This good. What else? The humans above are suffering. When humans dig, they care for us? No. Why we care for them? Fair. Do you want your people to have a future? Do you want to have a war with humans above? They will collapse your tunnels. They will destroy you. It considers your word for a time, and the scents that surround it vary from the frightening to the mundane. At last, the smell of sins and strong glass wafts past your nose, and Chick-Tack says, "Humans give good reason. Yes, Sticka comply."
I'll remember that.
It scratches the wall and drums a pattern there. Sticka move deeper, burrow to lesser rock, starve for human sake. Not fight with humans is better. Aw. Starve for human sake. Now it makes me sound awful.
Yes, now.
If you want a job done right.
I don't want them to starve. I did just promise them a supply of things, and I wanted to
Yes.
give that to them, but they didn't allow me to do anything else with it.
If you want a job done right.
Oh wait, I should talk to you again. Allie? You were gonna have dinner, but now you will skip it for Medeli's sake. It's better this way. No, you need to have dinner. I have news about the sticker. I've handled the negotiations. She lifts one foot to begin pacing, to start considering her options, and she stops. She slowly turns towards you, each eye rotating separately. She lowers her foot and turns to face you squarely and bites off each word. What did you do? I convinced Jack that digging deeper would be a benefit to both the sticker and the humans. There's no need to steal their eggs. You left their eggs with them? How will you enforce their exile without that leverage? She smooths her crest and blinks her eyes slowly. Fine, we can work with this for now. We have time to engineer another solution. She stops, a thought striking her. Did you promise them anything else? I told them that the city would send them a gift of electrical Numenara from time to time. She presses a slightly trembling hand to her head. I wish I hadn't done that, but perhaps it was the only way to achieve optimal results. Very well. You've achieved your objective. Here's your plan. Yay! We did it. They're free. We got 150 shins and we leveled up. We're gonna increase, or let's see, extra effort, ability or skill, stat pools. Ability or skill, ability. Wait, how would the... Improving an ability increases its accuracy by 15% per training level. Okay, so maybe, what is extra effort? Allows you to spend more effort when performing tasks. I do a lot of persuasion. That is true. And amnesis as well. The memory stuff. I'll do persuasion.
I understand now.
Look out below! Above! Sideways!
Above, sideways. Okay, TBR also leveled up. Increased stat pools. Issue challenge. All enemies in range who fail to resist gain compelled. They're forced to attack you and receive minus 15% willpower, minus 15% on attacks. Skill with defense or resourceful. Your +1 training in cipher use skills allows you to carry additional ciphers. Skill with defense. There you go. I do think I am going to save the game and call it a day, because I am getting tired. It's been 6 hours. It's a good time to quit, I think, right? So let's go see who is streaming right now. Bree is streaming. That explains a bit as well. Oh, it's the Legend of Zelda, the Bingo of the Wild. That's why. I see. I was wondering where everyone was. They're probably there. Let's see. Who do we raid? Do I raid Bree? I could also raid Jaeger, who's playing some RimWorld. Combat, who's playing some RimWorld. Let's go over to Jaeger. Medallion RimWorld when? Never. I've played RimWorld, it's not... like... I like the game, I can't keep playing it. It's not interesting enough for me. Like, I just... most of the time I get a colony and then they end up all dying because I make the decision to do stupid things as usual. I mean, it just means I just don't get it, I guess. I like the game, I've played it enough to know that I probably won't like playing more of it. It's just not interesting to me, the management stuff. Your audio is so out of sync. Yeah, I've noticed that if you're tapped out, sometimes the audio gets really out of sync. Like if you're in another tab. I don't know why it does that lately. Go say hi to Jaeger. Thank you, Lumu, for the thunder. Bye, everyone. Have a good time. Say hello to Jaeger, send all the love over there. And I'll see you next time. Probably tomorrow. Bye-bye.